This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Live at Buddy Eccles Field. You're listening to Longhorn Football on the Champion Sports Radio Network. Cedar Hill looking to rebound after a devastating 40-30 loss last week versus the Skyline Red Raiders. On the road, playing the Coppell Cowboys. DeMarcus Lodge with a un-DeMarcus Lodge-like performance in that game. Unsuccessful in reeling in multiple passes as he normally would. For Cedar Hill to win tonight, they will need to control one Charles West, dominating running back that has over 400 yards on the season and averages over 7 yards per carry, and also has 5 touchdowns. Skylar Bunow is the starting quarterback for Coppell, as he has completed over 400 yards passing with 5 touchdowns and no interceptions. 310. Obialu leads Coppell with 14 receptions for 192 yards and 2 touchdowns, while Josh Fink has 128 yards on only 5 receptions, so he's their big play threat, and he's reeled in a team-leading 3 touchdown passes so far this season. We're about 30 minutes from kickoff here at Buddy Eccles Field. When we come back, we'll have a more of the pregame show and a preview and a recap of Cedar Hill's last game and a continuous preview of tonight's game. And you are listening again to Longhorn Football on the Champion Sports Radio Network. We'll be back in just a moment.
Marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute online at gdyo.org/jazz.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
Back at Buddy Ecclesfield, excuse me. Cameron Boland, Cody Crim, and Bill Howard bringing you the game. We're about, again, 25 minutes from kickoff. And just a quick recap of last week's game. Again, Cedar Hill fell to Skyline by a score of 40 to 30.
Stay up on all the latest news about the...
As Aka Cedric Ware was still able to find a lot of traction on the ground. 113 yards on 24 carries. McMillan even added 66 yards on 10 carries, and Denver Daniels had 83 yards on 8 carries. So there was a lot of yardage gained by the Longhorns on the ground, as they totaled 264 yards on 43 carries. Just unable to consistently have any success passing the football last week. Justin McMillan was 8 of 20 for 67 yards and 1 touchdown. Had a few drops, and the receivers uncharacteristically had a difficult time gaining separation from the Skyline cornerbacks, who were definitely extremely talented. Lodge reeled in no passes at all. Denver Daniels led Cedar Hill in receiving, as he had 5 receptions for 34 yards, which gave him a 117 total yards from scrimmage in last week's game, with 2 touchdowns, 1 rushing and 1 receiving. The secondary found it difficult to stop one Carlos Strickland, a very big receiver, 6'5" kid, big body, as he had 3 receptions for 88 yards and a touchdown. And Savon Rollison, a great slot, had 8 receptions for 84 yards and 2 touchdowns. But the Longhorns won't have to worry about those types of players in tonight's game. Coppell, a very good defensive team, not known as much for their offense, but still highly effective and a very good program. When we come back, we'll have Coach McGuire for you. Again, you're listening to the Cedar Hill pregame show on the Champion Sports Radio Network. We'll be back in just a moment.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow at Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter at Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship social media.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Mm-hmm. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Are you looking for a way to promote your business or increase exposure? Do you just need more people to know that you're there? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games to more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. Think about it. Die-hard fans just like you tune in each and every week, giving your business unparalleled access to the community. It's the perfect way for smaller individually owned businesses to cultivate a core clientele or expand their already loyal customer base. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
Back at Coppell Stadium, the home of the Coppell Cowboys. Hi again, everyone. I'm Bill Howard, along with my broadcast partners Cam Bolin and Cody Krim, as we're about 20 minutes away from kickoff tonight between the 2-1 Coppell Cowboys and the 2-1 Cedar Hill Longhorns. We had a chance to sit down and visit this week with head coach Joey McGuire, and now we would like to bring you the Joey McGuire Show here on Champion Sports Radio. Hello again, everyone, and welcome to the Coach Joey McGuire Show as we visit with Cedar Hill Longhorn head football coach Joey McGuire. And, Coach, thanks for being back with us for Week 4 as we get ready for the Coppell Cowboys. And we'll take a look back at the Skyline Raider game from a week ago. But how's everything going today?
It's going good, We've had a great week of practice. Nobody likes to lose, but sometimes getting beat like we did kind of can refocus you, and I think the team's really focused for tomorrow night's game.
Well, it's been a long time since midway through the 2013 season since the Cedar Hill Longhorn varsity football team has suffered a defeat. Last Friday night at Forster Field in Dallas, the Longhorns were defeated by Skyline 40-30. And when we take a look back at that game, Coach, while the loss was disappointing, there were some good things that happened, and one of those good things was the great play of Denver Daniels.
Oh man, he was incredible. His nickname, and we talked about it before, is Mr. 2000, and he's well on his way to 2,000 yards of total offense. He had 252 yards of total offense last week. Really proud of him. I mean, he's a great compliment to Cedric Ware, and then he's a great receiver when you put him in doubles and when you put him in spread.
We had great success running the bubble screen, and he also had great success, to your point, running the ball out of the backfield. And you mentioned Cedric Ware, and he too had a good game against Skyline.
He did, man. He has been an animal, and I think he's got a great feel right now with our offensive line of what they're doing in the run game. And, those two guys, what's so great about those two guys is, man, they have great weeks of practice every week. I mean, they are workhorses. They love the game. They love to practice at a high level. And, I think it shows when you practice like that, you play like that.
Of course, Coach, Skyline very excited after the game. It was a huge win for their program. I wondered after the game and watching the Skyline coaching staff and players celebrate on the field, it was very reminiscent of when our Longhorns beat Katy last year at Cowboy Stadium. Of course, the difference being that was for a state championship, and it struck me as a non-district game how opponents each and every week get ready for the Cedar Hill Longhorns.
Well, we talk about it as a team all the time of we're going to get everybody's best game. We're going to get everybody's Super Bowl. And different coaches, I'm sure, approach it. Sometimes it's a measuring stick to be able to tell your players, when you beat Cedar Hill, then this is what you can do. And then sometimes people approach it from the standpoint of that is their state championship game. And we look at it, we always have. I mean, I hate losing. But if you look at our record, most of our losses have been in non-district play.
Correct.
And that's been, in the last 12 years. And we got better off of that game. I would have liked to get better off a win and learn off of film that way. But, sometimes, like I said before, you've got to refocus. And sometimes a loss does that if you take it the right way.
Longhorns fall to Skyline 40-30, and we talked about some of the highlights on the offensive side of the ball. On the defensive side of the ball, even though the defense gave up points and yards, Skyline's a very talented football team.
They are. They did a great job. I thought that, I was at quarterback, got hit. And he got hit often, and he got up and kept making plays, and that was really impressive on his part. I thought the running back was really tough. I thought it was two of the best offensive tackles that we've played really in a few years. I mean, I thought that their coach, their offensive line coach was Coach Woods, offensive line coach in high school, and we knew Bill was going to do a great job. He's a really good coach, and he's got that offensive line playing well.
Your defense had some big players who made some big plays in last week's game against Skyline, and one name that just continues to come up over and over again, and his number is 14 and his last name's Atkinson, and it seems like we call his name out every week. He had a great game Friday night.
He did. He played really well, and he can tell you that he learned from that loss also, from the standpoint there was a couple of plays that he can tell you that he lost focus, and they ended up being big plays. If you go back to last week against Skyline, one of the biggest things that was frustrating is we had them 3rd and +6 12 times. We only got off the field 3 times. If you're only getting off the field 3 times on 3rd down or 3rd and long, it's going to be hard to win. If you get off 4 times, you probably win the game. If you get off half the time, you probably win by 14 to 21 points. And that's what was really frustrating that we're trying to learn from that game.
Did Skyline do anything that you didn't expect going into the game that caused your defense some trouble?
No, right now defensively, you got a mixture of things. You got a young defense, whether it's experience or age and experience. And you got a defense that's trying to do too much. We've talked about this the last couple of weeks. We've got a group right now that we're trying to get them to understand, do your job, focus on what you're supposed to do on each snap and refocus each snap. And that's what we're struggling with. You know, there's a couple perfect examples. I'm going to talk about numbers just because that's how it is on our film. But play 119 is 3rd and 13. They throw a swing pass out of the backfield. Dimitri Moore sees it. That's his man and looks back at the quarterback. We end up tackling him to make it 4th and 6. But Josh Atkins' eyes went to the running back. He was in good shape where he was supposed to be, but he saw that. The very next play, they swing the back out again. Josh is supposed to be robbing number 3, helping Kalen Jackson, and Josh sees the running back and hesitates. They throw a touchdown pass. Right now, Josh, it's not calling Josh out. That's what our defense is right now. We got too many people trying to do too many things and not doing what they're coached to do.
You know, as well as the offense and the defense played in spots, the special teams for you continue to be a bright spot. A 48-yard field goal from Brooks Ralph, and I know, he kicked a kickoff short that he missed kick that was returned for a touchdown. But other than that one play, your special teams were outstanding. And again, Josh Stewart, an amazing 72-yard punt, net 72 yards when we were pinned up against our own goal line.
Well, I really, we both know it'd be hard to find a guy that doesn't have or has a better average punting than Josh Stewart in the Metroplex, maybe in the state of Texas. I mean, he's over 50 yards on his average punts. He's playing great. It's funny. I mean, this is kind of how the game went, and this is not taking anything away from who we played. But we got a Division I kicker that just boomed a 48-yard field goal, who would have been good from 60, and then mishits the kick that's easily going to go out of the end zone, that's been going out of the end zone, and they return it for a touchdown. And, that's kind of how that game went. I think the kickoff team expected it to go out of the end zone and maybe weren't in their lanes and not running hard enough.
Coach, when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about next week's opponent, the Coppell Cowboys. You're listening to the Joey McGuire Show on the Champion Sports Radio Network. We'll be back in a moment. Cowboys.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute, online at gdyo.org/jazz.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Healthy as far as the only young man through 3 games that we've had to hold is Nick Davis, the linebacker. We are more than likely going to start Donovan Runnels at center just because Chris Frazier came out of the game a little banged up. Chris will suit out and we'll kind of see how that goes with Donovan. It's just one of those deals. You just don't want to put him in bad situations of, especially a kid that's, 300 pounds and ankle, a slightly sprained ankle for 300 pounds sometimes is a little bit more than slightly sprained.
That can be painful.
Yeah. So, but we're really healthy. I mean, that's one thing that I've been really excited in coming out of tomorrow night playing, getting ready to play. The biggest thing is coming out healthy. I mean, we want to get better, but we want to come out healthy tomorrow night.
The opponents tomorrow night, our last non-district encounter of 2014, are the Cowboys of Coppell High School, and they're under a new head coach, Mike DeWitt. What do we know about Coppell? How much different, first off, will they be under Mike DeWitt?
Yeah, they're going to be the same. Joe McBride, whenever he left for Dripping Springs, they were able to keep the majority of the staff intact, and they're going to, they've been really successful. I mean, they played DeSoto the last 2 years in the playoffs and played them all the way to the end. Some say they could have beat them last year in the playoffs. And so they've had a lot of success doing what they're doing. They're in a 3-4 defense, a lot like what we do. And then you're going to see a little bit of that old-timey Mansfield, Katy, Power Eye running it right at you. They're huge up front. So, they're going to get behind the offensive line and got a really good running back in Charlie West, and it's going to be a great chore for us.
Quarterback Skylar Bono, the senior quarterback, leads their attack. They do have and have so far this season featured that power running game. How much of a concern is play action for you and for the linebackers and defensive backs tomorrow night?
Well, it's huge because whenever you're playing teams like that, that's their passing game. That's what they live off of is play action. And so we've got to do a great job. I mean, Kyle Goss and DeMarche Perry, you're going to start at outside linebacker. Those are 2 old hats at that. And those guys all week long we've been preaching, and they've done a great job all week long of making sure they take the fullback out, make sure they're on a good path. And they've done a really good job. And then the safeties and the corners, they got to know what coverage they're in, and if they're a high safety, they got to stay high. They can't be biting on play action.
From a defensive standpoint for Coppell, they're a big team physically, but they have been prone to giving up some yards on the ground during their first 3 games this year. And is that something that the Longhorn offensive staff thinks that they can take advantage of?
Well, we feel like we're a running football team, and I think you saw some of that with our quarterback last week with Justin McMillan having such a good time running the football, or a good game running the football. But, it's one of those deals. We've got a Division I running back that is going to USC, and we've got Division I running back there with him with Denver Daniels, and we got a Division I quarterback, and then we got some big offensive linemen. I mean, we're pretty good size ourselves in the offensive line, and so we're going to get behind them. I think, we can run against anybody. I mean, that's one thing. That's one of our strengths as a football team.
Skyline very physical last week, and the Longhorns matched that physicality for the majority of the game. Would you say that Coppell is the same type of team from a physical standpoint as Skyline?
Well, as far as I thought, Skyline was very imposing. I mean, they were huge on the defensive line. They were huge at linebacker. Some of those guys that were playing linebacker would be in the defensive line for us.
Oh, Jemison, yes.
Oh, man, he was something. And so, I mean, you know why Alabama? I mean, Nick Saban doesn't make a mistake, really, whenever he's recruiting. If he has, I haven't seen many. And whenever you offer a linebacker, you know he can play. They're big. They're big and physical, especially on the offensive line. The defensive line, they're going to play a couple guys both ways. They're going to play number 9, the tight end, and number 55, their offensive tackle, some in the D-line. And hopefully we can take advantage of that with, it's tough to play a game when you're going both ways.
Longhorns' depth in your injury situation being non-existent right now, the depth of the program can have an impact as the season goes on, and by you being healthy and Coppell playing some players two ways, you think that can work to your benefit tomorrow night?
Well, it should. We've had success when people have tried to do this. Hebron in 06, and last year they had some guys going both ways. And, whenever you're playing at the 6A level now and you're playing against good programs, the speed of the game, it's just so tough to be able to play down after down after down in that kind of, not only the speed of the game, but the physicality of the game. It can really wear on you.
When we come back, we'll talk to Coach Joey McGuire and get his final comments. Also take a look ahead at the district opener coming up in 2 weeks against Midlothian. You're listening to The Joey McGuire Show on Champion Sports Radio. We'll be back in a moment. We're back with head coach Joey McGuire wrapping up week
and is
4 of the
by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Hi again, everyone, from Coppell Cowboy Stadium in Coppell, Texas. Cedar Hill Longhorn football is on the air. Tonight, your defending Division II 6A state champions, Cedar Hill Longhorns, take on the District 7 6A champions from a year ago, the Coppell Cowboys. I'm Bill Howard, along with my broadcast partners Cody Krim and Cam Bolin, as the Longhorns desperately try to end a one-game skid a week ago. They lose to Skyline 40-30 in a big upset, and now Cam Bolin, the Longhorns, get the Coppell Cowboys. They come into tonight's game at 2-1 as well.
Yeah, Coppell, very good program in the area of northern Dallas, the Metroplex. Really continuously, year after year, make the playoffs and generally make a pretty deep run. They're known for their defense, and as you said, in the mold of Katy, where they're going to line up and trying to hit you in the mouth on offense.
We start tonight's game with the Cedar Hill Longhorns having won the toss. They elect to receive. They'll be moving from right to left. Beautiful night for football. Coppell in their black jerseys, trimmed in red on the sleeves and red numerals with black helmets in the red CC on the side and black pants. Your Cedar Hill Longhorns in their red helmets with the scripted horns on the side. They are in white jerseys trimmed in black and red and white pants. A beautiful night for football, mid-80s, wind coming out of the south at about 8 to 12 miles an hour, but guys, it shouldn't be a factor like it was a week ago. And set to kick off is number 38, Tyler Smith, for the Coppell Cowboys.
And awaiting kickoff right now, Coach McGuire called one of the officials over, and they got with the head official. Now they're having a meeting with Coach McGuire, not sure what's going on the field right now.
And the Longhorns going to come back up off the field now. Coach Joey McGuire calling them over as for some reason we are delaying the start of the game when play will resume, and we're not real sure what the stoppage is about. When play will resume, and the opening kickoff comes from Tyler Smith. Back deep for the Longhorns will be number 10, Jalen Jackson, and the 2,000-yard man, number 25, Denver Daniels. And Cam, Denver coming off a sensational game a week ago against Skyline.
Yeah, really two straight sensational games as Denver has amassed over 200 yards of all-purpose yardage in the last couple of games. He's really been a dominant kid, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see his offer list pick up throughout the season.
Well, I tell you, Coach McGuire said in his weekly show, which we will air again for your pleasure to our listeners at halftime of tonight's game, but he talked about Denver having plenty of D1 offers. Some things that did happen off the field this week, Cody, a big week of news in Cedar Hill football. The Texas A&M commit and ESPN top-rated receiver DeMarcus Lodge decommitted from Texas A&M, so he is back on the open market and looking for different schools to go to. And Kirk Johnson, number 7, the great Cedar Hill wide receiver and defensive back, the Longhorns notified us this week that his family had moved to DeSoto, and Kirk will be transferring there and will be eligible to play for the DeSoto Eagles in 15 days.
Yeah, both of them really coming as kind of a surprise to us in the broadcast booth, hearing about DeMarcus Lodge and the decision he made. DeMarcus Lodge, a smart kid, and really looking towards his future, and we're looking forward to watching him play on Saturdays, wherever that may be now. Kirk Johnson was really impressed. Me being able to play both sides of the ball. Really haven't had a player like that that had consistently played on both sides of the ball. And he, I'm sure, will be missed in some of the schemes on both offense and defensive side of the ball. But nonetheless, Cedar Hill coming into Coppell tonight, ready to bounce back on what was their first loss in a while.
Well, the Longhorns coaches and the Coppell coaches are out in the middle of the field. Some of the assistant coaches talking with the officials, and now the officials are coming back to the sidelines, and it looks like we may be a couple of minutes here before we get started, so we'll take a break too. When we come back, we'll be set for the opening kickoff from Coppell. You're listening to Longhorn Football on the Champion Sports Radio Network.
Projections for the next quarter are:
he shoots, he scores, 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
We're back at Coppell Cowboy Stadium in Coppell, Texas, as the officials are getting both teams ready to come back onto the field. Again, I apologize for not knowing what the delay is or what it's caused by, but we are now about 8 minutes late before kickoff, and as far as Cody Krim and I are concerned, we can fully understand that. Cody and I have been running late all day, caught in the Dallas-Fort Worth traffic this evening. We got into the box a little bit late, but always having us ready to go, of course, is one of the best color men in the business, and absolutely one of the best directors and technicians, Cam Bolin. He had us all set up and ready to go so we could bring you Cedar Hill Longhorn football tonight on the Champion Sports Radio Network. Longhorns losing last week, as we said, but two impressive wins over South Oak Cliff and Arlington Bowie, Cam, early in the year. And now the Longhorns, after stubbing their toe against Skyline, get the chance to come back tonight and redeem themselves here against a very strong Coppell team.
Yeah, I'm really anxious to see the way the young kids will respond on defense, as the offense really did a pretty good job last week, putting up 30 points, but the defense had their struggles as they gave up 40 points. So I'm kind of interested to see just how they will respond to a completely different type of offense than what they've seen thus far, and one that you really don't see that often with a team that will line up in the I formation and run the ball downhill and then use the play action.
I think we might have a report on what's going on from Cody Krim as far as the delay goes.
Yeah, went and talked to some of the coaches next door in the film booth. They said that the fourth referee was injured in pregame right before kickoff, so they were waiting for their fifth referee, their backup referee, to get dressed. He's in the locker room getting dressed now. And so far, that's what the delay's been.
So we had an injury before kickoff tonight. Well, I hope that doesn't bode well for both of these physical football teams. Back to your point, Cam, you were talking about a big power running game will be what the Coppell Cowboys give Cedar Hill a dose of tonight. And their quarterback, Skylar Bono, a real game manager, and, of course, their running back, Charles West, number one, a D1 prospect.
Yeah, and West, I touched on him in the pregame show, really a physical running back. Has gained over 400 yards so far in the early part of the season. I'm really interested to see how the Cedar Hill linebackers will attack and gain control, and also the defensive line to hold the point of attack against the Coppell Cowboys, because that will be the critical factor in today's game. I'm pretty sure with the way Cedar Hill runs the football and the way Coppell runs the football, the more disciplined physical football team will come away with the victory tonight.
Longhorns are making a couple of changes. One on the defensive side of the ball. The linebackers tonight starting, DeMarcy Perry will move from his safety. He played some linebacker last week. He'll be at the linebacker position tonight. And Cam, one of your favorite players they're putting in, and it's not surprising, he may be a smaller player, but Kyle Goss will get the start at linebacker. And Coach Joey McGuire said, I'm putting Goss and Perry in at those linebacker spots to take away the lead fullback in the I formation running game of Coppell.
Yeah, and I did hear Coach touch on that during the pregame show. So the expectation then is, as you said, for those gentlemen, Kyle Goss and DeMarcy Perry, to take out the fullback and sacrifice themselves, which leaves their teammates Josh Atkinson and Richard Moore in a position to take out the ball carrier then at that point.
Well, it ought to be an interesting matchup between the quickness and strength of the Cedar Hill defense against the power running game of the offense for the Coppell Cowboys. On the other side of the coin for the Cedar Hill Longhorns, on the offensive side, starting center Christian Frazier will be out tonight, and he is going to be replaced by Runnels, who will be starting, Donovan Runnels, who will be starting in his place at center. So a little bit of a change there. We saw Chris Frazier get dinged up last week, hurt his calf a little bit against Skyline, and Coach McGuire had said if this were a district game, he thinks that Frazier probably could have gone on the sore ankle. But given that it's a sprained ankle on a 300-pounder, he didn't want to put that kind of pressure on him. And so, as a result, Donovan Runnels starts at the center spot tonight for Cedar Hill.
Yeah, it's a good thing, and it's a really a great thing, rather, to have a coach that keeps his players' best interest in mind as opposed to his own interest. So it's really a positive thing, and just another a glimpse of how great of a guy Coach McGuire is as we see the most anticipated referee make his grand entrance.
I tell you, seldom is there a time when the referee or one of the officials comes running out of the clubhouse toward the field and the both sides stand and cheer, and both coaching staffs are happy to see him. But we've got our replacement official on the field now, and we'll be set to kick off. Like I had mentioned earlier, an absolutely gorgeous night for football. Wind out of the south at about 12 to 15 miles an hour, but doesn't seem to be a factor here at Coppell Cowboy Stadium, which sets a little bit lower than most stadiums do. Little warm, a little muggy, but both teams' conditionings will obviously be up to par. Tyler Smith is set to kick off from his own 40. He'll be kicking from left to right, and back deep for your Longhorns, number 10, Jalen Jackson, and D-Square, number 25, Denver Daniels. Thanks for joining us tonight in Coppell, Texas on Champion Sports Radio for Cedar Hill Longhorn football as the Longhorns look to move their record to 3-1. Tyler Smith gets the okay from the officials, and he approaches the ball. Squibbed down the middle. The ball's loose on the ground, and Coppell has recovered it. It bounced off a Cedar Hill player. And the Coppell Cowboys have recovered at the Cedar Hill 47-yard line. It bounced off number 33, Markel Langley, the backup middle linebacker. And instead of Cam moving and getting out of the way, he let the ball hit him right in the chest like an infielder. But the problem is that's not a round ball. That's an oblong ball, and it took a funny bounce, and Coppell recovers. 1st and 10 at the Cedar Hill 47.
Yeah, a bit of an inauspicious start for the Longhorns. And it really was a difficult bounce. I think the young man wasn't expecting. Obviously, he was already in the retreat position, and by the time he did notice that the football was coming at him, it was a little bit too late.
Jordan Murray, the big offensive right tackle, number 71, the Texas commit. I formation, strong to the right with the tight end and H-back. Inside handoff is West. Big hole up near the 42. He's going to get about 5 yards on the play. That's the running back, number 1, Charles West, and the Longhorn defense fills the bill there after a gain of 5.
And Coppell doing a great job with motion in this I formation, not really coming out in a base formation. They move the tight end and I guess what you would call a second tight end, move them in motion. Cedar Hill reacting to it, but really looks like Coppell's just going to run up and pound the football.
Twins to the right, tight end strong to the left. I formation behind the quarterback, Skylar Bono. Now the tight end shifts to the right side, pitch to West coming around the right side. Got room at the 35, 30, 25, and he's run out of bounds all the way down at the 15-yard line. Number 1, Charles West, in an auspicious debut in this game for the Cedar Hill defense as they immediately give up a 26-yard gain on the second play. 30 yards in 2 plays, and Coppell looking at a 1st and 10 from their own 15, and they go to their brand of hurry-up. H back to the right, West in the backfield. They pitch it to West again, coming up the middle. He's going to cut it back outside to the 10, and he's dropped short of the 10-yard line, making it the 12 by number 5, Charlie Middleton.
And a great tackle by Middleton, as it was basically going to be nothing but green pastures and an easy walk to the end zone had Middleton not brought down West, the ball carrier.
2nd down and 6. We play in the first quarter, just underway, 10:50 to go. Here in the initial stanza, Longhorns and Coppell 0-0, but Coppell taking advantage of a muffed kickoff, has the ball 2nd down and 6 at the Longhorn 12. West, the running back, motion across the formation. They hand it off inside and up near the 10-yard line, and stop there is number 32. The running back.
I believe that was actually 31, Jacob Pierce.
So that's going to make it 3rd down and 5, and Cam, first play of the game for the Longhorns. Big play for the Longhorn defense here.
Yeah, the Longhorns really want to get a stand here to force a possible field goal where they may even have an opportunity at a block.
Bono in the shotgun, single receiver to the left, Twins to the right, one back on either side. Direct snap to Bono, he'll throw. Straight back, throws a little bubble screen up at the 10. Longhorns got it defense, but the receiver scrambles down across the 5, down to the 4. That'll be enough for a Coppell Cowboy first down.
And on that play, really, Cedar Hill had it defensed on the outside. Receiver danced around, made a couple guys miss, ran through a couple arm tackles, and dragged the pile.
And again, Charles West making plays for the Coppell Cowboys. Good job, and that was really all about effort.
That's going to make it first down and goal from the 4. 9:31 to go here in the first, and the Cowboys knocking on the door. Bono, the quarterback, he pitches it back to the running back who takes it straight up the middle for a Coppell touchdown. Ran right through the Cedar Hill defense, and the Longhorns having a little skyline hangover right now. Touchdown for Coppell.
Number 22, Brandon Rice, just running right up the gut, virtually untouched until he got to the goal line. Was Rice. Just a great job by this Coppell offensive line.
The extra point attempt for Coppell is up and good, and with 9:23 to go in the first period, the Coppell Cowboys jump out to a 7-0 lead over the Cedar Hill Longhorns. Longhorn football on Champion Sports Radio. We'll be back in a moment.
Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Back at Coppell Cowboy Stadium in Coppell, Texas. 5 plays, 47 yards. That's all Coppell needed to travel to take a 7-0 lead over our Longhorns. And now Tyler Smith, number 38, set to kick off for the second time this evening. Back deep for the Longhorns. Again, number 10, Jalen Jackson, and number 25, D-squared Denver Daniels. They wait on about the 2 for Tyler Smith's kick. Unfortunate break on the opening kickoff for the Longhorns, but Coppell makes them pay by driving 47 yards for the game's initial score. Tyler Smith approaches the ball, hits another squib, and it hits a Longhorn again. It's on the ground. The Longhorn's going to fall on it. Hey, one time I can understand, fellas, but 2 times we've got to be ready for that.
Especially with the type of returners that Cedar Hill has. Even with the up man, Cedar Hill really, they aren't going to see many more pooch kicks. The squib kick may be something that they see from this point forward because their returners are just too dangerous.
Longhorns take over first down and 10 on their own 32. They'll move from right to left. Justin McMillan, the quarterback. Cedar Ware, the running back. Lodge and Bradley wide to the right. Elijah Moore, the H-back, strong to the left. Ball set in the middle of the field. Longhorns first play from scrimmage, and before they can do anything, Coppell is going to take a timeout. And we'll keep it right here. Boy, that Coppell defensive coach ran onto the field asking for a timeout just as the ball was about to be snapped, Cam.
This may be the first time that Joey's been beat to the punch on an early timeout.
But Joey, when you're listening to the archive of this game, we just want you to know that we recognize that Coppell took the first time out of the game, not Joey McGuire. So
he's lacking.
I don't know what happened there, Cody, but obviously something spotted by a defensive coach by Coppell.
Yeah, and it wasn't the number of players they had on the field. They had 11 guys on the field. They all looked set, no substitutions. Nobody frantically running in and off the field, but that defensive coach was really the only one sprinting to the official.
I think they may have been worried about giving up a big pass play on the deep ball because I'm not sure if they had the right matchup in the secondary, especially with the way they're playing their safety so close to the line of scrimmage.
First down and 10 from the 32. Longhorns going to try it again. Twins to the right. Bradley and Lodge Ware the running back to the left of the quarterback. Now Jet across the formation. They hand it off to Lodge on the jet sweep to the 35. He breaks the tackle, and he's up to the 40. And there's a pickup of 8 yards, and there is a jet sweep on the first play of the game run by DeMarcus Lodge. Cody, we haven't seen that. Cam, we haven't seen that yet this year.
No, and me and you were talking about that coming up here. Really surprised they haven't put that in. The number of plays Cedar Hill's had to put in is great. You know they got to get all these offensive weapons the ball, but really impressed to see that on the first play.
On second down and 3 after a gain of 7, McMillan bobbles the snap, now rolls away from the pressure, is going to throw the ball out of bounds. Boy, the Longhorns, again, look out of sync offensively, just as they did at times during the second half last week against Skyline. They start a little bit of the same way. McMillan bobbles the snap from center, has to scramble away from the pressure and just throw it away. And now we're 3rd and 3 from our own 39. And where is the setback behind McMillan? Twins to the right, one to the left. They hand it off to Cedar. He's not going to get the first down. He's going to be stopped at the 41-yard line. And now it's 4th down. 4th down, and the Longhorns going to punt the football.
Yeah, 4th and short, Coach McGuire, confident in his defense, didn't want to take the chance of having a mishap. But honestly, at this part of the field, you kind of have to keep your eye out on the fate.
Number 1, Charles West, back to receive the punt. We've already seen what he could do on the offensive side of the ball this game.
Josh Stewart will take the snap. Before he can, there's a flag down, and it'll be a motion penalty against Cedar Hill, which will back them up 5 more. And a very, very skittish start tonight for the Longhorns. Special teams, defensively, and now offensively. And I know we've got a coach in this part of the world that likes to say all 3 phases of the game. And all 3 phases of the game right now for Cedar Hill not up to par for what the Longhorn coaches and fans have come to expect. Stewart stands on his own 20-yard line. One of the top punters in the state gets the snap. Here comes the rush. Beautiful high kick. West is going to field it. No, he's going to let it bounce. Takes a big bounce for Coppell, but it's caught at the 30-yard line and down by number 24, Trevon Williams. And from the 30, in fact, let's make it the 31, Coppell will start 1st down and 10. 8:09 in the first quarter. Cowboys lead 7-0. And on their second possession of the game, Coppell will give us more power football.
And now it'll be interesting to see if Coppell changes up the game plan a little bit with a small lead and starts to try to milk the clock, or if they still keep with the high tempo.
Bono's the quarterback, I formation. The running back is number 22, Brandon Rice, in the I formation. On 1st down, Bono hands it off inside to Rice, and Rice powers his way for 4 up to the 35 before he's swarmed by Longhorn tacklers.
Yeah, and again, Richard Moore able to get in on that tackle, along with number 5, Charlie Middleton, one taking the fullback, the other taking the ball carrier.
That's going to make it 2nd down and 6 from the 35. West checks back in at running back. Number 1, Bono will stay in at quarterback, of course. Big offensive line for Coppell. The biggest Cedar Hill will see this year, according to Joey McGuire. There's a timeout on the field. And it's called by Coppell, so they got us 2-0 there. We'll take a quick break, too. Longhorn football will be back in a moment.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Back in Coppell, Texas at Coppell Cowboy Stadium. 7:52 to go in the initial stanza, and the Coppell Cowboys lead the Cedar Hill Longhorns 7-0. A 2nd down and 6 from their own 35 for Coppell, moving from left to right. Skylar Bono, the quarterback, West, the I-back, in the I formation. Motion across the formation. Toss play to the left to West. Longhorns get there at about the 37. Going to take him down after a gain of a couple. That's going to make it 3rd down and 2, and the Longhorn defense needs to step up against this huge offensive line, Cam, and make a stop.
Yeah, the defense is going to be imperative for them to clog the gaps and make it basically a stalemate on the line of scrimmage, and that will allow the linebackers to play in the backfield of the Coppell Cowboys.
Brandon Rice checks in at running back. He will be behind the fullback, Parker Wilson. Bono in the eye on 3rd down and 2. Longhorns jump off sides. Free play. They're going to throw the ball downfield. They got a free one, and the ball's incomplete. And now the Longhorns are going to get flagged for interference down the left sideline.
And that was, I don't know, I guess that's a difficult call, kind of tough on the defensive back. I'm pretty sure Coppell's going to decline the offside and accept the, I guess, probably pass interference.
Yeah, that'll be a 15-yard penalty against the Longhorns for pass interference. And with 7:04 to go in the first, the quarterback, Bono, did the right thing. All he did was throw the ball down the field. And Skylar Bono picked up a pass interference penalty against the Longhorns. Number 5, Charlie Middleton.
And the concerning part is the defender didn't turn around to play the football, something that we've seen a few times throughout the season.
First down and 10 for Coppell, moving from left to right with 7:04 to go from the Cedar Hill 45. Bono hands play action pass straight back in the pocket, looking. He's throwing the ball deep downfield. Got a receiver down there, and there comes another flag. That flag's going to be on number 5, Charlie Middleton, for interference as well, and the ball was nowhere near being caught.
And again, Kyle Goss actually came on a blitz, beat the right tackle, and was basically lassoed and tackled directly in front of the back judge or his line judge. I'm not sure about the officials. And there was no call made.
And as that play was transpiring, me and Cam were just kind of looking at each other like.
That's pass interference against Charlie Middleton, and that ball's not even close. There's absolutely no reason for an interference there.
Yeah, and you have double coverage there. It didn't look like the receiver was going to have a play on the ball at all.
The ball was almost out of bounds.
There's no need to make any kind of contact with the receiver there. Even though it may have been a ticky-tack call, there really is no excuse for making contact with the receiver to give the official a reason to throw that flag.
Longhorns are going to be penalized. That will move the ball down to the 30-yard line. Cedar Hill takes their first time out. 6:57 to go here in the first, and it's been all Coppell, and it has been many mistakes so far, Cam, by the Cedar Hill Longhorns, and just various phases of the game. To tell you the truth, I'm a little shocked at the way the Longhorns have come out tonight.
Yeah, especially after having such a long winning streak with the level of talent that Cedar Hill has offensively. It's almost disappointing to see them come out this way. I'm looking for a guy like Richard Moore, the heart and soul, in my opinion, of the defense, to make a huge play and rally the troops. And that will allow Cedar Hill to kind of right the ship as they're only down 7-0.
And we're still got a lot of football to go. 6:57 in the first. Longhorns have time to turn it around, but they better get started. From their 30-yard line, Coppell moves first down and 10 in Cedar Hill territory. Counter to West to the 30, bounces outside, gets away from DeMarcy Perry, turns the corner and gets all the way down to the 24-yard line, give him 6 yards. And right now, Cedar Hill's defense is really the down and distance situations for Coppell are positive on every series. 2nd and 4, West they eye back in the I formation. He takes the pitch coming left from Bono, makes 2 men miss, gets to the 20, down to the 16-yard line, an 8-yard gain for the running back, Charles West.
And really a great run there by West as Coppell hurries up to the line, making 2 men miss and being able to keep his legs turned and get a first down.
One receiver to the right, offset eye. They run the pitch to the left side to West. He tries to cut it back, but he can't. The Longhorn defense swarms him back at the 18. And for the first time tonight, Cam, a positive play for the Cedar Hill defense.
And the weird thing about the game so far is Cedar Hill has had at least one player in the backfield of Coppell every single snap defensively. But the problem is everyone is not playing their responsibilities, and that is really the key to stopping the pro-style attack, is making sure that you take care of your responsibility, and that will allow your teammate to then take care of his, so on and so forth.
2nd and 11 from the 16. Bono Play action pass, straight back in the pocket, looking. He's got all day. Now he's going to pull it down and run, and he's going to be sandwiched and dropped at the 16-yard line. Good coverage downfield, and credited to number 19, Eric Sutton, as Bono wanted to go to the deep left to number 11, Obi Abialo, but a really nice job of man-to-man coverage by Sutton. And here we are, 3rd down and 9. Big opportunity for the Longhorn defense. Brandon Rice is the I-back. Number 30, Parker Wilson to his right. Bono in the shotgun. Direct snap, straight back. He's looking. He's throwing the deep fade. Got a man out there. Ball is caught for a touchdown. Over Sutton, and Sutton is none too happy with the call. It's on the far back side of the end zone. We have no idea, but it was ruled a touchdown, and that makes it 13-0 Coppell with the extra point attempt to be attempted. And that's Bernardo Rodriguez Palacios on for the extra point. Palacios' kick is up. It's good. With 4:52 to go in the first, Coppell is shocking the Cedar Hill Longhorns. They lead 14-0. Longhorn football will be back in a moment.
On all the latest news about the teams you care about, and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship social media.
Back at Coppell Cowboy Stadium in Coppell, Texas. Coppell shocking Cedar Hill with 4:52 to go here in the first quarter. They have had their way with the Longhorns, who have only had 3 offensive snaps here in the first quarter, while Coppell has dominated the time of possession with the run and the pass. They lead Cedar Hill 14-0 as Tyler Smith is set to kick off for the 3rd time already here in the first period. Back deep for the Longhorns, Denver Daniels and number 10, Jalen Jackson. Tyler Smith has squibbed the ball right at a Cedar Hill player on his first 2 kicks. Longhorns must be aware of this. Here's the kick. They do it again. Longhorns going to pick the ball up at the 25, up to the 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, and here he goes. 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown number 3, Darius Harper. He picked it up at the 30, and he went 70 yards for a Longhorn touchdown.
And just a great job of Darius Harper not falling on the football as the Coppell Cowboy kickoff team got out of their lanes, and everybody shot for the football, and Darius Harper ran right by all of them.
Oh, if the Longhorns ever needed a big play, it was right then, and Darius Harper, he obliged. He picked it up on the 30, took it up the middle of the field, down to the right side, 70 yards for a touchdown. Brooks Ralph misses the extra point. Brooks Ralph, one of the best kickers in the state of Texas. Looked like the hole may have been a little bobbled. It was hard to tell. But the Longhorns, another example of they do one thing good like that. They've done that on defense and then give up a big play. They get a huge 70-yard touchdown run for Darius Harper, and then you get a little of the luster taken off, Cam, when you can't convert the extra point.
Yeah, it really is a momentum killer when you have a play like that. But hopefully Cedar Hill is able to still take some of that fire that Darius Harper kind of brought to the fans, and maybe the fans can also transfer their energy onto the Cedar Hill Longhorn players this upcoming drive.
4:42 to go after the missed extra point. Coppell leads 14-6. Longhorns have a little spark now in the defense. And the defense must be able to get a stop and get off the field and let the Longhorn offensive speed go to work.
Yeah, and I'm almost interested to see if Joey kind of shakes things up a little bit and forces his team to play with a little bit of emotion and maybe cause an onside kick right here.
Set to kick off for the Longhorns is Brooks Ralph from his own 40-yard line. Number 1, Charles West, and number 22, I believe that's 22, Brandon Rice, waited about the 10-yard line. They're not deep enough, even with a little wind at his face. If Brooks wants to hit one, he does, but he doesn't hit it well, and it's going to be West taking it at the 6, up to the 10, the 15. Longhorns pin him in. He gets outside to the 20, 25, 30, 35. Longhorns doing a poor job of tackling. Let him get all the way to the 38. It was actually number 22, Brandon Rice, who returns that 28 yards. And the Longhorns, I can't say this enough, Cam, and I'm curious to see if you guys feel the same. There is a little lack of intensity right now on the Cedar Hill Longhorn side of the football.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Bill, and that's why I was, making that point earlier. Maybe you force your defense to kind of have a higher sense of urgency by forcing them to play on the short field in case the onside kick is not recovered, or you have a big boost of energy if you do recover it.
West and Obialo come wide to the right, along with the fullback, number 30. West takes the jet sweep handoff, coming from right to left. 40, 45, 50. This one's coming back across 50 and all the way down to the 47-yard line. It will wipe out what would have been a 16-yard gain for West, and we have holding against the Coppell Cowboys.
Yeah, there's a couple problems that I'm seeing from the defensive line. One is the leverage is not really being held at the point of attack by the defensive line currently, and also there are poor angles to the football being taken by the linebackers and a couple of the DBs.
And that was a problem that Coach McGuire talked about during the week with us when we talked to him about some of the defensive problems as the referee marks the ball back at the 27-yard line, which will make it first down and 20. But that the linebackers and defensive backs' angles were not what they should have been. And, Cam, for you to say that you're still seeing that gives me a little concern. One thing after that penalty, Cody, the Longhorns have a chance now to make a stop.
Yeah, they really do. Now that down and distance is in favor of the Longhorn defense, Coppell really haven't been able to show us anything with the deep ball, really just smash mouth on the offense.
Correct snap, but before the ball is snapped, the officials throw a flag, and it looks like it may be a motion penalty. It was a dead ball penalty against Coppell. The ball was snapped over Bono's head, but the play was blown dead.
And it'll be really important for Cedar Hill to not have a personal foul or any type of penalty that will allow for an automatic first down here on the drive, especially with it being basically first and forever. No pass interference penalties, no face mask, etc., no holding. It'll be really important.
First down and 25. West is the running back in the eye behind Bono. Bono hard counts the defense, but the Longhorns hold. Bono straight pitch back to West, coming up the middle, and he's dropped in the backfield for another 2-yard loss. And now it's second down. And
that was Devin Rader shooting that A-gap, making a dynamic play in the backfield.
Well, that's the sophomore, and sometimes, as Coach McGuire said, he might be one of those kids that takes the wrong angle. But, man, when he makes a mistake, it's going a million miles an hour, and coaches love that. And a great play by Devin Rader, the sophomore, brings up second down and 31. Eye backfield behind Bono. Bono play action pass straight back, plenty of time, throws the stopper out, got a man wide open at the 40. He breaks the tackle at the 40 and gets up to the 42-yard line. It's number 11, Obi Abialo, and he's catching the ball right out there in front of the Longhorn cornerback, number 9, Darrell Miller.
And really Miller playing soft coverage there, not expecting the pass. There was only a one-man route and a max protect play that time by Coppell. Not sure if that was a check by the quarterback after he saw the coverage, but a good job by Obi reeling in that ball.
Miles Pascal and Obialo come wide to the right. Motion to the right by West on 3rd and 6. Direct snap to Bono. Straight back, throwing the in route. Got a man complete, 49-yard line. He fumbles, and now they say the ball is incomplete. but there's a double shift move against Coppell, and the Longhorns are going to decline that penalty to make it 4th down, and a really nice play by the Longhorn defense to strip the receiver of the ball.
Kyle Goss doing a great job of reaching in after the receiver brought that pass in and fighting to make sure that he wasn't able to control the pass throughout the entire whatever they call it.
4th down and 6 now. The Coppell Cowboys leave the offense on the field. Very interesting now. Bono stays in. Longhorns are in a punt return formation, and the Longhorns are going to have to call a timeout. They're in a punt return formation, and Coppell is coming up from the 42 looking like they're going to go for it. So Joey McGuire gets the stop. We'll keep it here. 2:12 to go in the first quarter. Longhorns guys being pretty outplayed here for the majority of the first quarter, but they find themselves only down 14-6.
And that's the whole thing. When you have a talented team like Cedar Hill, you don't want to come out with less fire than what you normally would in a district game or a high-intensity rivalry game. But, you're dealing with 15, 16, 17-year-old kids, so these things are going to happen on a week-to-week basis.
Well, Coppell, a packed house on their side. Cedar Hill traveled very well tonight. Very good crowd on the Longhorn side as well. I know trying to find a parking space with Cody Krim before this one, it looked like there was going to be a big crowd, Cody.
Yeah, it really did. Coppell Stadium, which is actually a fairly large stadium on their side of the field, is absolutely filled up with Coppell Cowboy fans. Cedar Hill also traveling good, as you would expect for one of the top teams in the state. And really, throughout the first 4 games, we have seen nothing but crowded stadium.
From the 41-yard line, Bono stays in the game for the moment at quarterback. He is in a short formation, so they may be looking to punt the ball here, although Bono is not their regular punter. Their regular punter is Tyler Smith. Bono in the shotgun. Now he backs up a little bit, and it looks like he is going to punt the ball. There's the snap. He quick kicks it down the field. Longhorn's going to let it bounce, and it goes out of bounds, and it'll depend on where they mark it. Wherever they mark it, Cam Boland, the Longhorn defense did their job and got off the field.
Yeah, a really good job that time. Cedar Hill subbed in Devin Rader, and he really did a good job of shooting the gaps and playing disciplined football, wrapping up the ball carrier, and taking good angles.
Longhorns will start 1st down and 10 from their own 29-yard line. Bradley goes wide to the right. Number 16, Kobe Idemwanye, the tight end, strong to the left. McMillan in the shotgun, now sends Daniels in a slot to the right. Ware, the running back, to the left of McMillan. Now jet sweep formation. They hand it off inside to Cedric, coming right across the 40 and down to the 42. And across the 35 and up to the 36, I should say. A gain of almost 7 yards for Aka Cedric Ware.
Yeah, and a good tough run by Aka Cedric, hitting the hole hard and putting his shoulder down, making sure he fell forward.
In the Wildcat formation now, number 18, DeMarcus Lodge. Lodge looks over the defense, direct snap to DeMarco. He starts to the right. Now he's going to make one man miss. He's going to be caught back at the 31-yard line and pulled down. They won't ever get him down. And that's going to be a 5-yard loss after a 7-yard gain on a 1st down run.
Yeah, and Cedar Hill and Coach Glaze basically forcing the ball into the hands of their playmakers, where they had a little bit of trouble being able to consistently get the ball in the hands of Lodge last week.
On a big 3rd down play now, 3rd down and 8. McMillan in the shotgun from his 31, had twin receivers to the left, one to the right. Motion across the formation. McMillan's going to throws the stop route, got Lodge. Lodge gets it complete up to the 42-yard line, and that's going to be enough for a Cedar Hill Longhorn 1st down, and a nice throw there by Justin McMillan on time, Cam.
And it almost looks like Lodge is playing with a different level, a different air to him tonight than he did last week.
Twin receivers to either side on 1st down. They hand it off to Daniels, and Denver squirts up the middle to about the 44. Give him about 2.5, maybe 3. Make it 2nd down and 7 as we go inside 35 seconds to go in quarter number 1. Longhorns trailing 14-6, trying to move toward a potential tying score. Lodge and Bradley come to the short side of the field to the left. Elijah Moore, the H-back, to the right. Ware, the running back, to the right of McMillan in the shotgun. They fake it. They hand it off inside to Ware, coming right, 45, 50, cuts inside, 45, 40, 35, 30, all the way down to the 27-yard line on what will probably be the final play of the first half. But before, give a 34-yard run to Cedric Ware, and the Longhorn offense picking up a little steam here with 13 seconds to go, and the Longhorns get right back to the line of scrimmage. 1st and 10, they mark him at the Coppell 28, and with 6 seconds left, Coppell, again feeling they're not in the right defense, take a timeout. We'll keep it here with 6 seconds to go in the first quarter. I really think, Cam, that Coppell was concerned about the defensive players they had on the field, and Cedar Hill rushed to the offensive line to get the ball snapped.
Well, I don't know what they're going to do in the second quarter then. When these kind of situations happen, I guess they're just going to have to jump off sides on purpose.
Well, they've used all 3 of their timeouts here before the first quarter ended, and it does go to show you that Coppell, Cody, really looking at certain matchup situations they need their football team to be in to cope with Cedar Hill's speed and athleticism.
Yeah, they really do, Bill, and I think that what they were worried about there is they had man-to-man coverage on the previous play, expecting a run with Cedric Ware. They leave man-to-man coverage on the outside with both Lodge and Bradley, 2 very explosive receivers, and if they get behind either one of those defensive backs, it could be an easy pitch and catch for a touchdown.
Longhorns trailing 14-6 with 6 seconds to go in the first quarter of a game that was delayed by 15 minutes because of an injury to one of the officials. So we're running a little bit behind, but the Longhorns look to be picking things up on both sides of the football. Down 14-6, they have a 1st down and 10 from the Coppell 28. Where the I-back behind McMillan in the shotgun from the left hash mark. Elijah Moore, the H-back, to the right. Wide receivers to either side. Play action pass. McMillan throwing the ball deep downfield. Got a man. Ball's incomplete. Way underthrown as they had man-to-man coverage. And now there's 1 second remaining. And we're going to even get another play in here before the first quarter ends. It's 2nd down and 10. They were trying to hit on a go route DeMarcus Lodge, but the ball was well underthrown. So on 2nd and 10 from the 28, Daniels checks in for Ware. McMillan in the shotgun. Correction, that's Daniels in the shotgun in the Wildcat. Daniels going to keep it, coming right to the 30, 25, and out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Give him 7. It'll leave us 3rd and 3 when we return to begin the second period. Our score from Coppell Cowboy Stadium: the Coppell Cowboys 14, your Cedar Hill Longhorns 6. Longhorn football on Champion Sports Radio. We'll be back in a moment.
Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Back at Coppell Cowboy Stadium in Coppell, Texas, we get ready to begin the second period of play. Your Cedar Hill Longhorns trailing the Coppell Cowboys 14-6 will now be moving from left to right with a slight wind at their back. They're looking at a 3rd down and about what I would think would be about 4 yards. In fact, they're going to say now it's closer to 6. They finally put it up on the scoreboard. So it's 3rd down and 6. Cam, I don't know if you agree with me about this, but I think the Longhorns may be in 2-down territory here already as a result of the missed extra point and the fact they need some momentum here to get their crowd and their players into the game. On 3rd and 6 from the left hash mark, McMillan in a shotgun, twin receivers to the left. Ware the running back. From the 24, they hand it off inside to Cedric Ware at the middle. Oh, and he almost busted it. They caught him and tripped him down at the 12. But not before he gained 10 yards and another Cedar Hill Longhorn first down.
Oh, and that was a really good tackle at that time. I think by Bernardo Palacios. Oh, excuse me, by Drew McAdams, the senior safety, doing a good job tripping up Ware.
Longhorns hand it off. No, they fake it to Ware. McMillan keeps it across the 10-yard line and down to about the 7 as they fake the inside the inside dive to Ware, and McMillan keeps it around the right side. He's going to pick up about 4. It's going to make it 2nd down and 6 from the 8. The Longhorns can pick up a first down without scoring a touchdown. Just underway here in the second. Longhorns trailing 14-6, but moving. McMillan in the shotgun, Ware to his left. Wide receivers to either side. Direct snap to McMillan. He'll throw. They're throwing a fade route right side's that dive. Well, great coverage knocked away. Excellent coverage by number 15, Jacob Murray, the safety, who came over and batted the ball away.
Yeah, Murray doing a good job, not panicking when the ball was in the air, turning his head, playing the football, and knocking it away at the last second.
And what the coaching staff there, Cam, don't you believe they want DeMarcus to go up and get the ball at its highest point, not let the ball come down?
Right, exactly. And you want to see him stop a little bit shorter and force the contact with the defender to be able to shield him away from the football.
From the 8, 3rd down and 6, McMillan in the shotgun, twins left, one right, Ware in the backfield. They hand it off inside, coming left is Cedric. He turns the corner to the 5, runs through 2 tackles, and gets close and into the end zone for a Cedar Hill Longhorn touchdown. Number 28. Cedric Ware on a 3rd and 6. They ran the counter tray left, and Cedric Ware followed the horses, turned the corner, ran through 2 Coppell Cowboys for a Longhorn touchdown.
And that's the same type of play that you're going to see from Coppell. Cedar Hill just runs it out of the shotgun.
Brooks Ralph is on for the extra point. It's up. It's good. 11:05 to go, and guess who's back in town? The Cedar Hill Longhorns have got the Coppell Cowboys 14-point lead to 14-13. Cedar Hill Longhorn football on Champion Sports Radio. We'll be back in a moment.
Are you looking for a way to promote your business or increase exposure? Do you just need more people to know that you're there? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games to more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. Think about it. Die-hard fans just like you tune in each and every week, giving your business unparalleled access to the community. It's the perfect way for smaller individually owned businesses to cultivate a core clientele or expand their already loyal customer base. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
We're back at Coppell Cowboy Stadium in Coppell, Texas, with 11:05 to go in the first half. Coppell 14, Cedar Hill 13. Brooks Ralph set to kick off, and he's in that pooch formation look that I don't like, but they don't ask me. He approaches the ball and hits a pooch kick. Hits it, and West is going to feel it at the 15, coming forward to the 20. Big hole! 25, 30, 35, 40, and he's finally run out of bounds at the 45, make it the 44-yard line, so give him 24 on the return. And the Longhorn kick coverage team, Cam, going to have to pick up the pieces now.
Yeah, they're going to have to get down the field a lot quicker, especially on that type of kick. I almost thought we had some debris coming at us.
They're shooting T-shirts up in the stands, and I thought Cam was going to go Des Bryant on me there. He was about to go up and pull one down. First down and 10 for Coppell, moving from right to left from their own 44-yard line. Ball will be on the left hash mark near side to the Cedar Hill sideline. Bono, the quarterback, in the shotgun. West to his left. Direct snap to Bono on first down. They hand it off to West coming right. He turns the corner to the 50, 45, and gets all the way down to the 40-yard line. And Josh Atkinson just makes a dumb football play. Running back's 5 yards out of bounds, and Josh Atkinson takes him to the ground. And there's one of those 15-yard penalties that just drive a coaching staff absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Atkinson got a little overzealous that time. as the ball carrier.
It had already been a 15-yard gain on a sweep to the right.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing the issue with a poor job of leveraging the football by the defensive front.
A 15-yard penalty will take the ball all the way down to the Cedar Hill 29-yard line. And the Longhorns had really recaptured some momentum, Cody, cutting the lead to 14-13, and then they make a mental mistake.
Yeah, in the span of just the last two plays, really, the Longhorns giving all of that momentum back with the poor kick coverage and now the personal foul penalty.
Bono with under center, I formation for Coppell. Off tackle play, first back through, and all the way up to the 25-yard line for a gain of about 4 goes number 22, Brandon Rice.
And Rice, again, good vision and quick feet, through a few hesitation moves, bounced out tackle, and made a pretty nice game.
Quentin Jones checks in for Jalen Benton on defense. 2nd down and 6 from the 25. Bono toss right to West, coming right. He turns the corner up to the 20-yard line, very close to a first down. There's more flags coming in at the end of the play. We'll have to see what that is, but it looks like the Longhorns may be guilty of a face mask penalty. That'll be their second major penalty of this drive if that is the case.
And right now, Coppell are really just bringing it and taking it to the Longhorn defensive front.
Personal foul, face mask against the Cedar Hill Longhorns. So the second 15-yard penalty in the last 45 seconds has moved the ball along with 2 runs down to the Cedar Hill 10-yard line from the Coppell 47. 10:22 to go in the first, and the clock's running. It'll be first down and 10, and make it first down goal to go now. Bono in the shotgun, backs on either side, West to the left. Direct snap to Bono. He fakes it, tries to keep it inside, and he's going to be pulled down right inside the 10, give him about a half yard on the quarterback keeper, as the Longhorn defense desperately trying to stiffen now, Cam.
Yeah, the Horns really doing all they can to make sure that this Coppell team has to at least settle for a field goal attempt here as we approach the 9-minute mark.
9:42 to go in the half. Longhorns trailing Coppell 14-13. They've come back from a 14-0 lead, but Coppell has driven after the Longhorns' last score to a 2nd down at the Longhorn 9, 2nd and goal. Trip receivers to the right, empty backfield set. Now Bono in the shotgun, straight back in the pocket, throwing the slant route over the middle. Ball's incomplete.
Yeah, and we saw that time Josh Atkinson do a really good job of playing his responsibility and not squatting on that slant route.
Well, and to stay at home and to not move toward the back in the flat. He did that a couple of times last week, got his hips turned, and Skyline was able to complete slant routes behind him, but not that time. Good play by Atkinson. Huge play right now. 3rd down and 9 for the Longhorn defense. Bono in the shotgun, West the running back to his right, Trip receivers to the left. On 3rd and goal from the 9, Bono straight back in the pocket, looking, throwing the ball inside. And I did not see what transpired. Did Bono pull it? He actually didn't throw it. He pulled it down and ran it. But he was only able to get to the 8-yard line. I thought he had let it go. He pump faked like he was going to let it go, and I thought possibly the ball had been knocked down at the line of scrimmage, when in fact he had just pulled it down and run forward. And now number 37, Bernard Rodriguez Palacios, who Cam kindly credited with a tackle a moment ago, is on for the extra point the field goal from 25 yards. The snap is good. The kick is on the way, and it is good. 8:39 to go. Coppell extends its lead to 17-13, but they're giving the ball back to the NASCAR offense when we come back on Cedar Hill Longhorn Football on the Champion Sports Radio Network.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShockboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
Back in Coppell, Texas, Tyler Smith set to kick off. He booms the ball down the middle of the field, and this time it's caught at the 48-yard line on the squid kick by number 33, Markel Langley, and we know how the game started for Markel. He let one of those get by him, but that time he fielded it like Derek Jeter.
Yeah, really good job by Markel, not panicking, and he's getting a little bit of praise from Joey.
Well, and I tell you, you run a big risk doing that because you give the Cedar Hill Longhorn offense the ball at their own 48-yard line with 8:38 to go in the first half. And if I'm the Cedar Hill defense, that kind of strategy right there would get under my skin. We'll talk about that in a moment. McMillan in the shotgun, where the running back. Twins to the right, one to the far left is Lodge. Direct snap to Justin on first down. They hand it off to the big boy. He gets it across the 50, across the 45, and down to about the 42 for a pickup of 11 yards, and that's going to be enough for a first down. Goes Cedric Ware, and gosh, I love to watch him run.
Yeah, that's one north and south, just tough kid. He always falls forward, and a lot of times he runs where the play is called, but he still has great vision.
On first down and 10, they hand it to Ware, who's caught in the backfield. He tries to get away, but can't. He's going to be taken back to the 49, and that's a misread by number 13, Justin McMillan. If he keeps that ball, a lot of things are going to happen good for the Longhorns, but he slipped it to Ware on the read play, and Ware is dropped for a loss of 6 yards to make it second down and 16 back at the 48-yard line. Darius Harper, he of the 70-yard kickoff return, checks in. He's wide to the right. In the slot to the right is DeMarcus Lodge. Where is the setback on second down and 16 from their own 48? McMillan in the shotgun. Motion across the formation by Lodge. They hand it off inside to Cedric. He gets across the 45 down to the 44-yard line. And that's going to make it third down and 12 with 7:39 to go. And there's a flag down on the field after the play is over. And if Cedar Hill has been called for something late, I saw Darius Harper and a defensive back for Coppell scuffling it up. Possibly, Cam, this will go against both teams.
Yeah, I didn't see anything of note. I don't know what was said, but it didn't seem like there was anything of consequence.
It's a dead ball. Okay, so it's an offsetting penalty, as you heard the official say. 17, the defensive back, and number 3, Darius Harper. So it's going to remain third down and 12 from the 44-yard line. With 7:39 to go here in the half, and the Longhorns trailing 17-13, Cam. This is a big offensive series for the Longhorns, a time to pick up a first down.
Yeah, and one guy whose name we haven't called a lot offensively is Denver Daniels. I don't see him out there now, so he wouldn't be able to make a play at this point. Well, let's see if we're able to get a little bit of timing down in the passing game.
Third and 12 from the 44. McMillan in the shotgun. Ware behind him. Direct snap. McMillan play action pass, rolls out, throwing the ball deep downfield. Got DeMarcus Lodge there. He catches it and takes it into the end zone for a touchdown. And he caught the ball at the highest point that time. McMillan underthrew it a little bit down the middle of the field. DeMarcus simply went up and took the ball away from number 15, Jacob Murray, who's done a good job covering Lodge so far. But hey, you can only cover Superman for so long. A 44-yard touchdown pass from Justin McMillan to DeMarcus Lodge gives the Longhorns their first lead of the night, 19-17. The extra point is banged through by Brooks Ralph, and let's keep it here. Tell me what you saw, Cam.
I saw a tremendous post route, one of the better routes that that DeMarcus is able to run, as he did a nice stutter step to gain some separation from the defensive back, and he was one-on-one and completely dead in the water after that stutter step. McMillan rolled to his left, heaved the ball down the field against his body. Wasn't able to get a lot on it, but Lodge still tracked the ball, high-pointed it, and it looks like he picked it up. When he caught the ball, it was on the back of the defender, right. And as the defender had no idea what the football was.
Longhorns take the lead 2017. Cody, I had talked a little bit ago about the Cedar Hill defense maybe wants to take offense to this strategy of the Coppell kicking game to squib kick the ball. To give Cedar Hill's offense the ball at the 50-yard line is like giving them points. And that just doesn't say that Coppell has a lot of respect right now for the Cedar Hill Longhorn defense. Obviously, they feel like they're going to score every time they get the ball.
Right, exactly. And on the offensive side, you also got to know that Coppell's having faith in their defense also to stop this Cedar Hill offense that's on the field. And there it's just an easy pitch and catch with McMillan and Lodge. McMillan did underthrow the ball, but when you have Lodge man-to-man, you can't allow that play to transpire.
Brooks Ralph catches the Coppell return men up around the 15-yard line and bangs the ball out of the back of the end zone. No pooch kick this time for Brooks. And I like that strategy much better than the pooch kick. If I can, I've done a poll of one, and that person feels like the pooch kick is not good. So that's my focus group. It's a focus group of one, me.
Well, that's the only one that's important.
I'm going to have to bring you to my house and let you explain that to the wife and kids. From the 25-yard line with 7:26 to go in the first half, Longhorns now lead 20-17. They've roared back from a 14-0 deficit. Bono will be the quarterback. The ball will be snapped from the middle of the field. Twin receivers come to the near side to the left, one to the right. Bono has number 22 as the running back. Play action pass. Oh, Bono going to keep it. He faked the run and then took the ball up the middle, but was only able to gain a couple of yards for Skylar Bono, but it was a good ball fake. It fooled me, but just not the Longhorn defense.
And a better job of tracking the football and taking sound angles.
Brandon Rice comes out of the game. Charles West comes into the game at running back. Bono brings Coppell to the line of scrimmage at the 27, second down and 8. Toss play to Rice coming right. Longhorns seal it and take him down at the 27-yard line. And the Longhorn defense really flying around a little all of a sudden. And it's number 22, the Mighty Mite, Kyle Goss, making the tackle.
Yeah, and he got off his block very well on the outside, was able to fight back and wrangle up the running back for Coppell to let the rest of the Cedar Hill defense get there. Great play by Goss.
3rd down and 7 for Coppell, moving from right to left from their own 28-yard line. 6:24 to go, and the clock runs left in the first half. Longhorns lead 20-17. Bono in the shotgun with Rice to his right. Direct snap to Bono on 3rd and 7. He sets straight back in the pocket, throwing it down the middle. Ball's caught, complete up near midfield, and it's number 12, Miles Pascal, on the catch in front of the Longhorn defensive back, and I believe that was number 5, Charlie Middleton.
Yeah, Middleton again played outside leverage, allowed the receiver to get inside, but he did a good job of wrapping up the ball carrier, and taking him down so he didn't get too long of a gain.
It's going to be a 19-yard gain on the pitch and catch from Bono to Murray. Correction, Bono to Pascal. And it's 1st down and 10 for Coppell from their own 49, moving from right to left. Bono in the shotgun. Direct snap, hands it off on the sweep, coming right. Big hole, 50, 45, 40, 35. And taken down at the 30-yard line by Josh Atkinson is number 22, Brandon Rice. But not before he picks up a huge gain of 22 yards and another 1st down. In fact, make that 26 yards. But there's a flag down on the play, guys.
It looks like we got a holding or maybe a clipping penalty.
And it looks like from the point of attack, it's going to be from the 34-yard line. So that's going to take it back to the 44 of Cedar Hill. And that's a big penalty because it wipes out what would have been a 29-yard gain. And the actual net gain for Coppell now only about 6 yards. So it will be 1st down and about 4 from the 44-yard line.
Yeah, and the down does stay the same. The scoreboard, I think, had it at 2nd and 3 earlier. Down does remain the same, so 1st and 4 here.
Bono under center. Brandon Rice, the tailback, he gets the inside handoff. He's going to get close to a first down before he's brought down, but his forward progress is going to take him down to the 42, and he may be about a yard short, but to Cody's point, first down was repeated, so it's 2nd down and about a yard, and the Longhorns now must watch, Cam, for Coppell taking a shot here on 2nd down and less than a yard.
Yeah, and it will really be imperative for everyone to read their keys and play disciplined football and make sure that out of this power formation, they don't let the receiver get behind them.
West, the running back to the left of Bono in the shotgun on 2nd and 1. Play action pass straight back. They're throwing the ball deep down the middle, and the ball's incomplete. But let me tell you something. The receiver for Coppell was open, number 11, Obi Abialo, on that same slant route.
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion in the Cedar Hill secondary, as on the play action pass, Josh Atkins actually had to go with the tight end who was running a deep flag route, and there was a good route combination by the Coppell Cowboys as the receiver then came open behind that flag route on a post pattern, but the pass was inaccurate. 3rd down and a yard from the 42. Be interesting to see if the Longhorns bring the house here. I formation, Bono straight inside handoff, big hole 40. Out to the 35, down to the 32-yard line goes number 22, Brandon Rice. And the Longhorns didn't bring the house, but they did give up big yardage in a first down. Josh Atkinson is having a pretty good game outside of that penalty, but he's having to make too many tackles.
A ton of tackles by the safety tonight. Ball's moved all the way down to the 31-yard line. On 3rd and a yard, they pick up 13, and it was Brandon Rice doing the damage. Charles West checks back into the game. He is the I back in the I formation behind Bono. On 1st and 10, Bono under center. Hands off inside to West. Big hole, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, and down to the 8-yard line. And Cedar Hill's defense right now, fellas, there's really no other way to say it. They're just getting gashed.
Yeah, and at this point, they're kind of getting worn out. It looks like they're kind of tired, as this Coppell offense is really just leaning on them.
23-yard gain after a 13-yard gain on the previous play. 1st down and 10, 3:50 to go in the half, and now Coppell slowing everything down, not wanting Cedar Hill to have much time if they score, if Coppell scores and has to kick off. West to the left of Bono in the shotgun. Direct snap to Bono. Hands it off to West, coming right. To the 10, there's a flag down to the 5. He gets into the end zone for a touchdown, but this one's coming back. We got a flag sitting at the 7-yard line, and they're talking to number 71, and he's got his palms stretched up in the air like my teenage son when I ask him why he's home late. So I'm going to guess that this one's going against the Coppell Cowboys, and that wipes out a 12-yard touchdown, an 8-yard touchdown run by Charles West.
And mass substitutions by the Horns, as the coaching staff obviously starting to notice the fatigue by the defensive front 7.
It's going to move the ball all the way back to the 18-yard line, make it 1st down and goal from the 18 with 3 minutes and 29 seconds to go into the game. We have some cameramen next door to us here that aren't real pleased with the way the officiating is going. Must be big Coppell fans over there. 1st and 10 from the 18. Longhorns lead 20-17, 3:29 to go. I formation, toss play to the right, but they can't get it started. Ken Coppell, because before the ball snapped, a dead ball, false start against the Coppell Cowboys, going to move it back 5 more yards, and now it's 1st and goal from the 23, and the Longhorns need to start thinking about a stop here.
Yeah, now, Bill, now they kind of have the momentum after they committed a few unnecessary penalties on defense. The Cowboys have shot themselves in the foot, have stalled out the drive. Now it's time for the Longhorns defense to really stiffen and see if they can get a stop without giving up any points.
Do you guys think the Coppell radio crew gets as frustrated with those penalties as we do in the Cedar Hill booth? 1st and goal from the 23. Bono under center, I formation. Play action pass. Bono straight back, looking, throwing the ball deep downfield. Got a man. It's there. It's interference. This is just horribly played. It's going to be interference in the end zone that's going to put the ball on the 2-yard line, which will be a first down and goal. And the Cedar Hill defensive back there just never turned to play the ball, put his hands up, and ran straight through the receiver in the end zone.
Yeah, Darryl Miller playing the trail technique that time as Cal Goss had the intermediate responsibility. And Cal Goss did a good job of getting back, but he didn't turn around and make a play on the football or ran straight through the receiver as he bailed out so quickly. I'm not sure if he was able to slow down enough to turn back and make a play on the football. But had he done so, it could have been a possible interception.
With that play being the interference being in the end zone, I thought they would put the ball at the 2. They actually put it on the 8. It's first down and goal. I formation, inside handoff to Rice, and he's taken down right at the line of scrimmage for no gain. Help me out here, guys. Pass interference was in the end zone.
I think maybe it was half the distance to the goal. Was their determination is what I'm assuming.
Well, yeah, it was absolutely moved 15 yards from the 23 to the 8. I was under the impression that interference in the end zone.
No matter what, automatically put the ball at the 2-yard line. Yeah.
So maybe while I was complaining about the play in and of itself, there was a penalty other than the pass interference that was called. On second and goal from the 8, I formation, Bono under center, toss play coming left, turns the corner to the 5 and down to the 3-yard line goes number 22, Brandon Rice, who has been the workhorse running back along with Charles West here in the first half. 2:23 to go and the clock runs, and here we are again, a big 3rd down and 3. You don't think we're going to get another toss play, Cam?
Yeah, we may get the that old school toss that we always see LSU run, where the running back cuts right up behind the butt of the center.
Almost like an off-tackle play, except it's a pitch. I formation, Bono in the shotgun, play action pass, rolls to his right, throws the ball that's almost intercepted by Josh Atkinson. Oh my goodness, in the right flat. He undercut the route, got both hands on the ball but couldn't bring it down, and it's 4th down, and that's going to set up a field goal attempt. Oh, Josh Atkinson could have gone all the way back 100 yards because there was nothing but Coppell green in front of it.
And you talk about what a big momentum swing that would have been.
On to try the field goal, which will be from 20 yards, will be number 37, Bernardo Rodriguez Palacios. The snap is good, the kick is up, and it is good. And with 1:56 to go in the first half, we're all knotted at 20 at Coppell Stadium. Cedar Hill Longhorn football, and on Champion Sports Radio, we'll be back in a moment.
Only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Back in Coppell Cowboy Stadium, a 20-yard field goal by Rodriguez Palacios has knotted the score at 20 with 1:56 to go in the half. Tyler Smith set to kick off. He pooches the kick down the right side. Longhorns going to fair catch it at their own 28. So the Longhorns from their own 28 have 1:56 and one timeout to go to try to retake the lead from the Coppell Cowboys. Quick recap, Coppell jumped to a quick 14-0 lead in the first quarter, and the Longhorns really woke up about 3/4 of the way through the opening stanza, and since then, they've outscored Coppell 20-6. And that brings us to a 20-20 tie right now with the Longhorns moving from left to right. And Cam, no mistakes, no turnovers, nothing here. Let's either get in field goal range or go in the half tied up.
Yeah, a minute 56 is an eternity with the speed that the Longhorns can play at.
Trips to the right, one to the left. McMillan in the shotgun. 3-step drop. Goes the go route down the sideline, and it's incomplete, intended for DeMarcus Lodge. They tried to get number 15, Jacob Murray, to bite on an out and up. Murray did not bite, and the Longhorns face 2nd and 10. I don't mind the call, really.
Yeah, that was a good call. Maybe you get a pass interference penalty, but could have been an easy completion had it actually been a comeback route with Coppell playing bail technique.
Watch Cedric Ware here. 2nd down, they throw the stop route outside. It's overthrown and incomplete. No reason to hurry the throw by Justin McMillan there, but he put a little too much mustard on the ball and overthrew Darius Harper at the 32. And now it's 3rd down and 10 with a minute 48 to go, and the Longhorns will need to pick up a 1st down, or they're going to have to give the ball back to the Coppell Cowboys in a 20-20 tie game. McMillan in the shotgun. Trip receivers to the right, one to the left. Direct snap to McMillan. They hand it off inside. No, he fakes it. McMillan going to keep it. Turns the corner, 30, 35, 40, 45. And across the 45 to the 47. A 20-yard gain for McMillan.
And
Justin McMillan really needs to keep his composure right now and be a leader, though. Standing over a Coppell player, I know he might have gotten hit a little bit late, but you got to keep your composure right now if you're McMillan. Trips to the left, twins to the right. From the right hash mark, McMillan in the shotgun after the 20-yard gain. McMillan will throw. Straight back in the pocket. Looking. He's throwing it deep downfield for Darius Harper. And Harper makes the catch at the 8-yard line. Oh, what a catch by Darius Harper.
And the officials letting him play a little bit.
They let him play a little bit, and Harper got the better of it all the way down to the 8-yard line from the 46, a 54-yard gain, 1:20 to go. Ware takes the handoff inside. He skips up around the 5-yard line, and the Longhorns now in great shape. A pass deep down the right sideline from Justin McMillan to Darius Harper. Harper waited up on the ball, gave a little NBA box out.
And that's how you beat them. You don't even have to talk to them. You don't fight. You just throw a deep ball and complete it, and then you put 7 on the board.
Idemwanye comes in. He's the H-back to the left. Twin receivers to the right, one to the left. McMillan in the shotgun, Ware to his left. 45 seconds to go. They hand it off inside to Cedric, straight up the middle. Touchdown, Cedar Hill Longhorns. On a 5-yard run by Cedric Ware, set up by a 54-yard strike from Justin McMillan to Darius Harper. And fellas, don't look now, but Darius Harper's had a pretty big first half for the Cedar Hill Longhorns.
Yeah, Darius Harper with a dynamic performance, maybe a little bit of a coming out party.
The extra point for the 2nd time tonight. The snap was a little high, and it was blocked at the line of scrimmage. And the Longhorns had missed 2 extra points tonight. That one not on Brooks Ralph. That's poor execution on the center and the hold. But the Longhorns lead 26-20. And boy, you just hope those 2 extra points don't come back to haunt you, Cam, later on.
Yeah, obviously every point is critical. When you get against teams at this level of football, you just can't have those types of mistakes. So everything will have to be tied in a little more, and I'm sure that the kids are going to have to maybe practice a little bit longer and possibly stay after practice and get a few additional reps to make sure they have the timing down with the snap, the hold, and the kick.
Well, you know, Cody, what's so surprising is the special teams have just been so solid up to this point. And tonight we just had some special teams breakdowns. But, hey, Darius Harper played a little special teams himself on a 70-yard kick return.
Yeah, absolutely. Darius Harper, really the MVP of this game right now, has a 70-yard return, making a phenomenal play on the pass from McMillan, really doing a great job thus far this game. The kick that Brooks Ralph missed earlier, his first missed kick, might also been blocked. It came out a little wobbly. Just questioning if that was an issue with the center and guard as well.
42 seconds to go. Brooks Ralph set to kick off. He booms the ball deep, but this one's going to be returned about 5 yards deep. He brings it out to the 5, up to the 10, and he's down at the 11-yard line. is the first back, and I believe that was number 1, Charles West.
That would be correct, and he was brought down by Dimitri Moore.
38 seconds to go from your own 12-yard line. I got to think Coppell takes a knee here with no timeouts. Gets out of here trailing 26-20. Longhorns have outscored them 20-6 since being down 14-0 in the first quarter. And I tell you, what's been nice about the last quarter and a half is the Cedar Hill Longhorns have looked like Joey McGuire and Michael Glaze and Stephen Limley's Cedar Hill Longhorns.
Yeah, the Horns have really come out with a lot of fire and played with a completely different amount of effort here in this second quarter, and I'll be interested to see them carry that over into the second half.
Coppell comes out now. They look like they're lining up in a victory formation. I wouldn't take any chances if it were me, but it looks like they're going to kneel on it with 38 seconds. Bono gets the snap and goes straight down. And that should do it. That should be the final play of the first half as the play clock is at 37. The game clock's at 27. So our score at the end of one half of play, the Cedar Hill Longhorns storming back from a 14-0 deficit have taken the lead over the Coppell Cowboys 26-20. When we come back, Cody Krim and Cam Boland will shoot you some quick first half statistics. Then we'll turn it over and let our folks listen to the Joey McGuire Show. You're listening to Cedar Hill Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio Network. The Longhorns lead 26-20 at the half, and we'll be back in a moment.
With the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Do you need a boost in exposure? Want to reach local, community-minded folks with information about your business? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games for more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. It's also a way for your business to give back to the community by helping all these well-deserving student athletes get some recognition for their accomplishments. The cost simply can't be beat for the effect it will have. You get a lot of bang for your buck, and best of all, it provides an opportunity for the best advertisement of all, word of mouth. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship social media.
Back at Brian Eccles Field, the Coppell Cowboys trail your Cedar Hill Longhorns 26-20. You're listening to the Cedar Hill Longhorn halftime show. Earlier this week, Bill Howard got a chance to catch up with Coach McGuire. I'll go ahead and let you guys listen in to that interview.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome to Coach Joey McGuire Show. We visit with Cedar Hill Longhorn head football coach Joey McGuire. And, Coach, thanks for being back with us for the Coppell Cowboys, and take a look back at the Skyline Raider game from a week ago. But how's everything going today?
It's going good. We've had a great week of practice. Nobody likes to lose, but sometimes getting beat like we did kind of can refocus you, and I think the team's really focused for tomorrow night's game.
Well, it's been a long time since midway through the 2013 season since the Cedar Hill Longhorn varsity football team has suffered a defeat. Last Friday night at Forster Field in Dallas, the Longhorns were defeated by Skyline 40-30, and when we take a look back at that game, Coach, while the loss was disappointing, there were some good things that happened, and one of those good things was the great play of Denver Daniels.
Oh, man, he was incredible. His nickname, and we talked about it before, is Mr. 2000, and he's well on his way to 2,000 yards of total offense. He had 252 yards of total offense last week. Really proud of him. I mean, he's a great compliment to Cedric Ware, and then he's a great receiver when you put him in doubles and when you put him in spread.
We had great success running the bubble screen, and he also had great success, to your point, running the ball out of the backfield. And you mentioned Cedric Ware, and he too had a good game against Skyline.
He did, man. He has been an animal, and I think he's got a great feel right now with our offensive line of what they're doing in the run game. And, those two guys, what's so great about those two guys is, man, they have great weeks of practice every week. I mean, they are workhorses. They love the game. They love to practice at a high level. And, I think it shows when you practice like that, you play like that.
Of course, Coach, Skyline very excited after the game. It was a huge win for their program. I wondered after the game and watching the Skyline coaching staff and players celebrate on the field, it was very reminiscent of when our Longhorns beat Katy last year at Cowboy Stadium. Of course, the difference being that was for a state championship, and it struck me as a non-district game how opponents each and every week get ready for the Cedar Hill Longhorns.
Well, we talk about it as a team all the time of we're going to get everybody's best game. We're going to get everybody's Super Bowl. And different coaches, I'm sure, approach it. Sometimes it's a measuring stick to be able to tell your players, when you beat Cedar Hill, then this is what you can do. And then sometimes people approach it from the standpoint of that is their state championship game. And we look at it, we always have. I mean, I hate losing. But if you look at our record, most of our losses have been in non-district play.
Correct.
And that's been, in the last 12 years. And we got better off that game. I would have liked to get better off a win and learn off of film that way. But, sometimes, like I said before, you've got to refocus. And sometimes a loss does that if you take it the right way.
Longhorns fall to Skyline 40-30, and we talked about some of the highlights on the offensive side of the ball. On the defensive side of the ball, even though the defense gave up points and yards, Skyline's a very talented football team.
They are. They did a great job. I thought that, I was at quarterback got hit, and he got hit often, and he got up and kept making plays, and that was really impressive on his part. I thought the running back was really tough. I thought it was two of the best offensive tackles that we've played really in a few years. I mean, I thought that, their coach, their offensive line coach was Coach Woods, offensive line coach in high school, and we knew Bill was going to do a great job. He's a really good coach, and he's got that offensive line playing well.
Your defense had some big players who made some big plays in last week's game against Skyline, and one name that just continues to come up over and over again, and his number is 14, and his last name's Atkinson, and it seems like we call his name out every week. He had a great game Friday night.
He did. He played really well, and he can tell you that he learned from that loss also, from the standpoint there was, a couple of plays that he can tell you that he lost focus, and they ended up being big plays. If you go back to last week against Skyline, one of the biggest things that was frustrating is we had them 3rd and +6 12 times. We only got off the field 3 times. If you're only getting off the field 3 times on 3rd down or 3rd and long, it's going to be hard to win. If you get off 4 times, you probably win the game. If you get off half the time, you probably win by 14 to 21 points. And that's what was really frustrating that we're trying to learn from that game.
Did Skyline do anything that you didn't expect going into the game that caused your defense some trouble?
No, right now defensively, you got a mixture of things. You got a young defense, whether it's experience or age and experience, and you got a defense that's trying to do too much. We've talked about this the last couple of weeks. We've got a group right now that we're trying to get them to understand. Do your job. Focus on what you're supposed to do on each snap and refocus each snap. And that's what we're struggling with. There's a couple perfect examples. I'm going to talk about numbers just because that's how it is on our film. But play 119 is 3rd and 13. They throw a swing pass out of the backfield. Dimitri Moore sees it. That's his man and looks back at the quarterback. We end up tackling him to make it 4th and 6. But Josh Atkins' eyes went to the running back. He was in good shape where he was supposed to be, but he saw that. The very next play, they swing the back out again. Supposed to be Robin number 3 helping Kevin Jackson, and Josh sees the running back and hesitates. They throw a touchdown pass. Right now, Josh, it's not calling Josh out. That's what our defense is right now. We got too many people trying to do too many things and not doing what they're coached to do.
As well as the offense and the defense played in spots, the special teams for you continue to be a bright spot. A 48-yard field goal from Brooks Ralph, and I know, he kicked a kickoff short that he missed kick that was returned for a touchdown. But other than that one play, your special teams were outstanding. And again, Josh Stewart, an amazing 72-yard punt, net 72 yards when we were pinned up against our own goal line.
Well, I really, we both know it'd be hard to find a guy that doesn't have or has a better average punting than Josh Stewart in the Metroplex, maybe in the state of Texas. I mean, he's over 50 yards on his average punts. He's playing great. It's funny. I mean, this is kind of how the game went, and this is not taking anything away from who we played. But we got a Division I kicker that just boomed a 48-yard field goal, who would have been good from 60, and then mishits the kick that's easily going to go out of the end zone, that's been going out of the end zone, and they return it for a touchdown. And, that's kind of how that game went. I think the kickoff team expected it to go out of the end zone and maybe weren't in their lanes and not running hard enough.
Coach, when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about next week's opponent, the Coppell Cowboys. You're the Joey McGuire Show on the Champion Sports Radio Network. We'll be back in a moment.
Fixed. but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the number one cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores. 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting. It's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShotboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute, online at gdyo.org/jazz.
We're back with head coach Joey McGuire on the Joey McGuire Show as his Longhorns get ready to take on the Coppell Cowboys. Coppell goes in with the same record as the Longhorns, 2 wins and 1 defeat. And, Coach, first off, going into the Coppell game, how do your Longhorns look from a health standpoint?
We're really healthy as far as the only young man through 3 games that we've had to hold is Nick Davis, the linebacker. We are more than likely going to start Donovan Runnels at center just because Chris Frazier came out of the game a little banged up. Chris will suit out, and we'll kind of see how that goes with Donovan. It's just one of those deals. You just don't want to put him in bad situations of, especially a kid that's 300 pounds and ankle. A slightly sprained ankle for 300 pounds sometimes is a little bit more than slightly sprained.
That can be painful.
Yeah. So, but we're really healthy. I mean, that's one thing that I've been really excited in coming out of tomorrow night playing, getting ready to play. The biggest thing is is coming out healthy. I mean, we want to get better, but we want to come out healthy tomorrow night.
The opponents tomorrow night, our last non-district encounter of 2014, are the Cowboys of Coppell High School, and they're under a new head coach, Mike DeWitt. What do we know about Coppell? How much different, first off, will they be under Mike DeWitt?
Yeah, they're going to be the same. You know, Joe McBride, whenever he left for Dripping Springs, they were able to keep the majority of the staff intact, and they're going to, you know, they've been really successful. I mean, they've played DeSoto the last 2 years in the playoffs and played them all the way to the end. You know, some say they could have beat them last year in the playoffs. And so they've had a lot of success doing what they're doing. They're in a 3-4 defense, a lot like what we do. And then you're going to see a little bit of that old-timey Mansfield, Katy, Power Eye running it right at you. They're huge up front. So, you know, they're going to get behind the offensive line and got a really good running back in Charlie West. And it's going to be a great chore for us.
Quarterback Skylar Bono, the senior quarterback, leads their attack. They do have, and have so far this season, featured that power running game. How much of a concern is play action for you and for the linebackers and defensive backs tomorrow night?
Well, you know, it's huge because whenever you're playing teams like that, that's their passing game. That's what, you know, they live off of is play action. And so we've got to do a great job. I mean, Kyle Goss and DeMarcia Perry, you're going to start at outside linebacker. You know, those are two old hats at that. And those guys all week long we've been preaching, and they've done a great job all week long of making sure they take the fullback out, you know, make sure they're on a good path. And they've done a really good job. And then the safeties and the corners, they got to know what coverage they're in. And if they're a high safety, they got to stay high. They can't be biting on play action.
From a defensive standpoint for Coppell, they're a big team physically, but they have been prone to giving up some yards on the ground during their first 3 games this year. And is that something that the Longhorn offensive staff thinks that they can take advantage of?
Well, you know, we feel like, I mean, we're a running football team, you know, and I think you saw some of that with our quarterback last week with Justin McMillan having such a good time running the football, or a good game running the football. But you know, it's one of those deals. We've got a Division I running back that is going to USC, and we've got a Division I running back there with him with Denver Daniels, and we got a Division I quarterback, and then we got some big offensive linemen. I mean, we're pretty good size ourselves in the offensive line, and so we're going to get behind them. I think, you know, we can run against anybody. I mean, that's one thing. That's one of our strengths as a football team.
Skyline, very physical last week, and the Longhorns matched that physicality for the majority of the game. Would you say that Coppell is the same type of team from a physical standpoint as Skyline?
Well, you know, as far as I thought, Skyline was very imposing. I mean, they were huge on the defensive line. They were huge at linebacker. You know, some of those guys that were playing linebacker would be in the defensive line for us.
Oh, Jemison, yes.
Oh, man, he was something. And so, I mean, you know why Alabama? I mean, Nick Saban doesn't make a mistake, really, whenever he's recruiting. If he has, I haven't seen many. And whenever you offer a linebacker, you know he can play. They're big. They're big and physical, especially on the offensive line. The defensive line, they're going to play a couple guys both ways. They're going to play number 9, the tight end, and number 55. They're offensive tackle, some in the D-line, and hopefully we can take advantage of that with, you know, I mean, it's tough to play a game when you're going both ways.
Longhorns' depth in your injury situation being non-existent right now, the depth of the program can have an impact as the season goes on, and by you being healthy and Coppell playing some players 2 ways, you think that can work to your benefit tomorrow night?
Well, it should. You know, we've had success when people have tried to do this. You know, Hebron in 06, and last year they had some guys going both ways. And, you know, whenever you're playing at the 6A level now and you're playing against good programs, the speed of the game, it's just so tough to be able to play down after down after down in that kind of, not only the speed of the game, but the physicality of the game. It can really wear on you.
When we come back, we'll talk to Coach Joey McGuire and get his final comments. Also take a look ahead at the district opener coming up in 2 weeks against Midlothian. You're listening to The Joey McGuire Show on Champion Sports Radio. We'll be back in a moment.
Shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Are you looking for a way to promote your business or increase exposure? Do you just need more people to know that you're there? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games to more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. Think about it. Die-hard fans just like you tune in each and every week, giving your business unparalleled access to the community. It's the perfect way for smaller individually owned businesses to cultivate a core clientele or expand their already loyal customer base. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow at Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter at Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio. Your home for championship social media.
We're back with head coach Joey McGuire wrapping up week 4 of the Joey McGuire Show. And, Coach McGuire, we started out with 3 wins. We ended up with a loss last week to Skyline. But one of the things we talked about on our broadcast was those 3 letters that are preached on a regular basis in the Longhorn locker room, and that's DPS. And, of course, that stands for District, Playoffs, and State Championship. The loss last week had no impact on any of those 3 goals.
No, it didn't. That was one thing we ended today with in our team meeting was this is our last dress rehearsal to whenever the games start to count. And that's the way I look at it. This is the last chance for us to work out some of the kinks, that before the games really start to matter in your district championship and or playoff seeding. So tomorrow night, that's what we're taking it as, and we want to come out as a better football team. Of course, we want to come out as a win, but the main thing is come out as a better football team and come out healthy going into that bye week, getting ready for the Midlothian Panthers.
That's right, a bye week next week. Longhorns going to get some rest there. And even though injuries haven't been a problem, Coach, it's always good at this time of the year after tomorrow night's game to give the guys a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, we're excited, man. We've already started planning on some of the things that we're going to do. We're working on getting the movie theater to watch when the game stands tall as a group. Next week, we're going to have a breakfast next Friday morning out at Mount Lebanon. Just doing some different things just to kind of, that's the thing that we always have to really remember is this is a game, and there's you got to have fun in this game. You got to do different things to break up the monotony of practice and stuff like that.
I'll tell you, as we wrap this one up, that's a good segue into our final topic, Coach, and that is talk a little bit about through these first 4 games of the season, these first 4 weeks we've been together. Talk a little bit about the chemistry of your football team.
Well, man, it's so funny you say that. I ate lunch yesterday with Joe Martin, our vice president, our executive vice president of the Texas High School Coaches Association, Joe Martin, who won a state championship at Garland, who was the head coach at Allen, whenever they really got going. And it's funny, we were talking about that. You graduate guys, we're not talking about their athletic ability. We're talking about you graduate Xavier Washington and Davion Dillard and Jonathan Buffin and Tuffy Luster. You graduate those guys, and I can keep naming. You graduated a lot of leaders, and it's a process of knowing as coaches, knowing what buttons to push on this team. It's a process on who's going to stand up and lead. I've really challenged Aka Cedric Ware to not just lead by example, because that dude's going to outwork every day anybody. But sometimes he's quiet, and I told him, I said, you've earned the right to open your mouth up and call some people out whenever we need to do that.
And doesn't a team need that, Coach?
They do. There's no doubt. And so what's funny is, we're going into game 4, but not only are we finding what we can do and what we can't do and who can do certain things, but we're also finding some leaders. And I think that is one thing that, and knock on wood, it happens again, that is one reason that we as a program get better as the year goes on, because people start defining their roles, they start believing in their roles, and we try to foster that as a coaching staff.
Well, leadership is easy to see in the Cedar Hill program. It starts with a great athletic director in Gina Farmer. It starts with a 2-time state champion head coach in Joey McGuire. So it's not at all surprising that the young men of the Cedar Hill Longhorn football program are able to become leaders and improve on those leadership qualities as the year goes on. 2 weeks from today, we will be back with head coach Joey McGuire to talk about the Midlothian Panthers and the start of the district season, but that will come after a victory over the Coppell Cowboys Friday night in Coppell, Texas. Coach McGuire, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Back at Coppell Stadium, Coppell Cowboys Stadium in Coppell, Texas. We're set for the second half. We hope that you enjoyed the replay of the Joey McGuire show. We're all set to go. Brooks Ralph kicking off from right to left, and Coppell receives the kick. The ball's fumbled but picked up and taken down at the 35-yard line will be number 22, Brandon Rice, as the Cedar Hill Longhorns will be on defense first, as we're just underway here in the second half. 11:54 to go. That was the kickoff. And the Longhorns took a 26-20 lead into the locker room at the half. And Coppell getting the ball first. They'll be moving from left to right. If you just joined us, Coppell's in their black jerseys with red numerals. Black sleeves, black pants, black helmets with the red CC on the side. Longhorns in their white pants, white jerseys with black and red trim numerals and red helmets. On first down, the snap is fumbled back at the 28 and fallen on by Charles West, who is in the Wildcat. He's taken down for a loss of 7 yards on first down, and that's a nice start, Cam, for the Longhorn defense.
Yeah, again, the Longhorns did spend a lot of time in the Coppell backfield on the previous drive. They just didn't take good routes to the football and angles, but that time Cedar Hill really able to penetrate quickly. The defense won at the point of attack, and the linebackers were able to win their battles and diagnose properly.
2nd and 16, Bono back in at quarterback in the shotgun. He gets the snap, rolling to his left. Here comes the Longhorn pressure. Oh, and Bono's forced to just throw the ball way out of bounds. And just like that, it'll be 3rd down and almost 16, Cam, and that's a great start for this Longhorn defense.
Yeah, you can almost rest assured that you're going to see a screen pass on this 3rd and forever.
3rd down and almost a full 16 to go. Bono sends one receiver to the right, and Charles West, the running back, goes out in the receiver formation to the left. Now joining the first receiver on the right is number 8, Josh Fink. Bono in the shotgun, one back on 3rd and 16. Straight back in the pocket. They set up the screen. Longhorns all over it, drop him at the 29. That's number 2, DeMarcy Perry. And my defensive coordinator's Cam Nostradamus Bolin. He called that screen pass like he was in Coppell's huddle, and the Longhorn defense would have been right there with you, Cam.
Elementary, my dear Bill.
Oh, Sherlock. Twin receivers back deep for the Longhorns. The snap to the Coppell punter is a good one. It's an end-over-end kick. Bradley going to let the ball bounce and go out of bounds. It's going to go out of bounds at the 34-yard line of Cedar Hill. And so the Longhorns can get a quick 3 and out, and the offense is back on the field for Cedar Hill.
Yeah, exactly how you would like to see Cedar Hill come out after they got, I'm pretty sure, what was an inspired speech from Coach Limley, Coach Glaze, and Coach McGuire. The defense did their job. Now it's time for the offense to make this a 2-score game as they are up 26-20.
Lodge goes wide to the right. He's the sole receiver, full house backfield. Goss, Daniels, and Ware in the backfield. They hand it off to Daniels coming right. He gets across the 40, and he's going to be taken down at about the 41, 2, 3, still not down. Boy, I tell you, that's Cedric Ware, not Denver Daniels. I knew when he started carrying the pile, nothing against Denver Daniels. He's a speed guy, but Ware really showing the power there. Ends up picking up about 7 yards up to the 41. In fact, make it 8 all the way to the 42. 2nd down and 2. Longhorns, full house backfield again. They look like they want to play a little smash mouth right now. One receiver to each side of the field. McMillan looks over the defense, changes the play at the line of scrimmage. On 2nd down and 2, play action pass. Straight back in the pocket. They're going deep into double coverage for Lodge, and it's incomplete. And they kind of tipped their hand on that before the ball was ever snapped. Ware and Lodge basically looked at each other and said, Lodge said, throw it to me, and Ware said, okay. And the safety just came over the top to give double coverage. Good play on 2nd and 2, though, Cam.
Yeah.
Because you can come back and get the first down right here when you've got Cedric Ware in the house.
Yeah, and a good job by Bryce Vermeulen to come over the top and get that coverage.
On 3rd down and 2, they give it off to Ware. There's a flag down on the play. Ware is going to be short of the first down, but we're going to have to see what the flag is. Longhorns were either in an illegal formation or Coppell was offsides because they let the play go. Referee says it is illegal procedure against Coppell. Longhorns going to, on 4th down and about a yard now, have a decision to make because Coppell has declined the illegal procedure penalty against Cedar Hill. Longhorns 4th down in the yard.
I think you go.
Joey McGuire looking over. I think they are not going to go. They're going to send the punt team in, and boy, DeMarcus Lodge and Justin McMillan not happy about that. Probably the right call, though, from your own 41 in a 6-point game with 9:23 to go in the 3rd quarter, as long as your special teams now can perform up to par. Josh Stewart, the all-district punter, and right now one of the top punters in the state of Texas. Longhorns going to take a timeout. Joey McGuire wants to think about this. So we're going to keep it right here with 9:09 and try to get into Joey's head and Michael Glaze. Cody, do the Longhorns come back and decide to go here?
No, I think they got to leave the kicking unit on. I really think that, especially after your defense came out and performed on the first drive, you have a chance with Josh Stewart, who is one of the best high school punters I've seen, to pin Coppell back here inside their own 20 with his leg, maybe even better than that. And you really got to give your defense a chance and play a field position game at this point.
Well, in the kicking game, the kicking team will stay on. And Cam, one thing I'll say, if the kicking team stays on, kick the ball. I don't want to see a fake punt. It would not on 4th and 2. Not when I have Cedric Ware on my side.
Right.
That's the only thing I would say about that. So Josh Stewart is in punt formation. He stands on his own 28-yard line. Charles West stands on his own 15, waiting to receive the kick. The snap is short. They're going to run the fake. They got it. 45-50, 45-40, 35-30, Goss 25. All the way down to the 18-yard line. Well, goes to show you what I know. Goes to show you that Kyle Goss says we don't need Cedric Ware to fake a punt and gain a couple of yards. In fact, what I'll do is I will gain about 30 and pick up a big first down all the way down to the Coppell 18. What a great call by Joey McGuire and his staff.
And he's fired up right now. He is so fired up.
Cody Crim's giving me the hairy eyeball over there because I said it was a great call. And what makes it a great call, Cody?
Is that it works.
It works. That's right. Longhorns 1st and 10 from the Coppell 18. They lead 26-20 with 8:40 to go in the third and the clock running. Where the eye back behind McMillan in the shotgun. Direct snap. They hand it off to Cedric. He makes one man miss but can't make the second man miss. He's only going to get a yard.
And Bill, to revisit that punt or the fake punt by Kyle Goss, what a positive thing it is to have Kyle Goss, a second or third string running back, in on that play and have the ability to block as well as make it a play in the run game.
Joey McGuire just walked over and gave Kyle Goss a big low 5 for that. 2nd down and 10 from the 18. Direct snap to McMillan. They hand it off to McMillan. It misses the handoff and they fumble the ball. And Coppell recovers at the 22. McMillan faked the handoff to Cedric Ware going right, but the ball slipped onto the ground and Coppell recovered it. And the first turnover of the night for the Cedar Hill Longhorn offense comes at a most inopportune time, Cam.
Yeah, and it looked like it was going to be possibly an easy touchdown that time for Aga Cedric, but just a little bit of difficulty with the ball handling between the quarterback and running back.
It's going to be 1st down and 10 for Coppell from their own 22, moving from left to right. Brandon Rice, the running back, is the eye back behind Skylar Bono. Toss play to the left to Rice. He turns the corner up to the 25, gets out to the 28 as they just run the old Lombardi power sweep to the left. And Brandon Rice, their workhorse running back, takes it for 6 yards before he's brought down.
Yeah, and again, Cedar Hill unable to wrap up the ball carrier before they're able to gain a substantial amount of yardage. Look like we may have a timeout by Coppell.
Got an injured player down on the field. Can't tell who that is. Must be a Coppell Cowboy. Down at the 29-yard line. We'll keep it right here. Let's go back to a great call, great strategy call there by the Longhorn coaching staff to get Kyle Goss loose on a fake punt all the way down to the 18-yard line. But to come out of that with no points, Cam, because of a turnover, should give Coppell some momentum as they take the ball here to begin their second drive of the second half.
Yeah, and a really difficult play again because it would have possibly been a touchdown, and this could end up being a double-digit point swing if Coppell is able to gain some points out of this drive.
Number 22, Brandon Rice, the running back, gets up and walks off under his own power with a little limp, so glad to see that. Rice has run hard tonight, and the Longhorn defense has knocked him around, and up until now it hadn't affected him. I'm sure we'll see him back in the game.
Looks like he may have been suffering from cramps with the way that they were kind of stretching his legs out.
2nd down and 3 from their own 29, 7:29 to go, and the clock runs here in the third quarter. Cedar Hill leading 26-20, having erased a 14-0 early deficit against Coppell. Straight pitch back and a big hole up the middle for West to the 40 and down to the 44-yard line, giving 15 yards. Charles West on the LSU toss, where they toss the ball. It's not a sweep, though. It's right up the gut. It's like an off-tackle handoff, except they pitch the ball. Quickly, they get back to the line of scrimmage, and they hand it off to West again, and West gets to the 47-yard line, going to pick up about 4, and Coppell now wanting to try to test the endurance of the Cedar Hill defense, jump right back to the line of scrimmage. I formation, direct snap to Bono, toss play, West coming right. Longhorn's going to rip him up in the backfield.
And Kyle Goss shot off tackle, defeated the blocker, and got the ball carrier down for a loss on the play. What a tremendous job. 3rd down and about 7 now for Coppell from their own 46-yard line. They moved from left to right with 6:25 in the clock running in the third, and the Longhorns leading Coppell 26-20. Bono has Coppell huddle up, now sends a wide receiver to either side, now twin receivers to the right. 2 backs in the backfield on 3rd down and 6. Bono in the shotgun. Now he moves Brandon Rice in formation, back in the pocket. But before the play can get started, we've got a dead ball false start against Coppell, and that's going to make it 3rd down and 11. And it looked like Bono wanted to throw the ball downfield then, Cam. Yeah, Bono had his eyes glued downfield on his receivers, and it would have been interesting, as it has been all year, had he had a chance to push the ball up the field.
3rd down and now 11 for the Coppell Cowboys back at their own 42-yard line. Bono will send wide receivers, 1 to the left and 2 to the right. Rice is the running back. Bono in the shotgun with Rice to his right. On 3rd and 11, direct snap to Bono, straight back, he'll throw. They're throwing the deep fade route downfield. The ball's incomplete. No one was there. Bono gets knocked down at the 30-yard line, and that's going to make it 4th down. And that's 2 really good stops for the Cedar Hill Longhorn defense, Cody.
And, Bill, I think number 54, Quentin Jones, came on the outside edge, really pressured Bono into throwing that ball much sooner than he wanted to.
Full punting team now coming on for Coppell, and that means number 37, Bernard Rodriguez Palacios, will be in punt formation. He'll be at his own 28-yard line. Longhorn's going to go Daniels and Bradley in return formation. They stand on their own 24. On 4th and 12 from the 41, the snap comes to Palacio, almost over his head, but he was able to go get it and hits the kick. It's going to be short, and it's going to bounce, and the Longhorns got to get away from the ball now. As the Peter play is in effect, everybody runs away from the ball, but Coppell gets a good roll out of it. It rolls dead at the 12-yard line of the Cedar Hill Longhorns. So that's going to be a 39-yard punt with no return for Cedar Hill.
And something that I noticed at the end of the first half and that has continued here in the second half is DeAndre Bradley hasn't been going out with the offense the last few drives, and that's been starting since about the middle part of the second quarter.
1st down and 10 for the Longhorns. We'll try to keep a look. We see DeAndre standing down on the sideline. He has been returning kicks. Full house backfield for the Longhorns from their own 12 on 1st down. Direct snap. They hand it off to Ware on the power sweep coming left. That's Daniels. He turns the corner and goes out of bounds up at about the 13 or 14. Only give him a yard, maybe a yard on the play. It's going to make it 2nd down and still pretty close to 10 as the Longhorns try to stretch the defense with Denver Daniels' speed, but Coppell reacts well, Cam.
Yeah, a good job again by Coppell, leveraging the football and not allowing the ball carrier to turn upfield to gain any substantial amount of yardage.
Twins to the left to the short side, 1 to the right. Ware the running back behind McMillan in the shotgun on 2nd and 10 from the 12. Motion across the formation, straight back in the pocket goes McMillan, he's throwing the ball deep downfield for Darius Harper, and there's interference on Coppell. The ball falls incomplete, but Harper was behind his man by a step, Cam, and the quarterback said, I'm not taking any chances. I'm just going to tackle him and take the 15-yard penalty.
And a much better throw there by McMillan, really able to set his feet, and we see the whip, as he is known. We see the whip come out in him there as he had it right on the money for Harper.
That's going to be a 15-yard penalty. It's going to move the ball to the 27-yard line of Cedar Hill, so it's a 15-yard net gain, Cam, and the Longhorns starting to try to stretch the defense a little bit.
Yeah, and you have to make sure that the defensive backs are playing honest to continue to have success in the running game, and when you put pressure on the defense by pressing the football up the field vertically, like McMillan has, it only bodes well for Cedar Ware in the running room that he's going to have.
Twins to the left, one to the right. Where's the running back to the right of McMillan on 1st and 10? They run the jet sweep from left to right to Daniels. He turns the corner 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Across midfield and all the way down to the Coppell 45-yard line, and he's still on his feet. All the way to the 43. A 30-yard run on the jet sweep from the left to the right for the 2,000-man, number 25, Denver Daniels, and there's the speed of Daniels, Cam, we've been waiting to see all night.
Yeah, and tremendous job again by Denver Daniels. As you could really see the speed and the acceleration.
Twin receivers to the left, to the right, one to the left. They hand it off inside to Cedric Ware. He barrels his way across the 40 down to the 38-yard line, and he almost got away there. 5-yard pickup for Ware. Such a workhorse. Going to make it 2nd down and 5 as we go inside. 4 minutes and 45 seconds left in the third quarter. The Longhorns leading 26-20 and driving the football. Daniels and Lodge come wide to the left. Harris wide to the right. Ware, the running back behind McMillan. On 1st down, they throw the stop route. It's complete to Darius Harper. I'll spit it out here in a minute, guys. Just give me a minute. It was going to be Darren Harris, and it was going to be Darrell, but finally we got it right, and it's the guy that's having a super football game tonight. Number 3, the wide receiver, Darius Harper. He picks up 12 yards, and that's another 1st down for Cedar Hill on the sideline throw from McMillan. Denver Daniels checks in at running back. Longhorns go twins to the right. Lodge alone to the left. H-back strong to the right. Motion across the formation is Jalen Jackson. McMillan rolls out. Thought he's got a man wide open. It's complete at the 10. Down to the 5. Touchdown, Denver Daniels. And he got upended in the end zone after the play. He gets up a little bit gimpy, but it's a 27-yard touchdown throw, and I thought there should have been a flag at the end of that. He was well into the end zone. Well into the end zone when he got his feet taken out from under him.
That's a dangerous play.
That is a very dangerous play. Denver seems to be doing okay. He's limping just a little bit coming off.
Coach McGuire is not too happy as he's out past the numbers. 4 coaches are actually out past the numbers looking for the penalty flag.
They don't get one. Brooks Ralph is on to try the extra point. Longhorns lead 32-20. There's a timeout, an official's timeout, as Denver Daniels is coming off the field. It was an unfortunate play. Daniels caught the ball down the right sideline on a great throw from Justin McMillan. Took it into the end zone about 5 yards deep in the end zone. He got his legs taken out from under him by an oncoming Coppell defender. Should have been a flag on that one, and that's one they missed. And in the Coppell player's defense, he might not have known where he was on the field, but nonetheless, whistle should have been blowing by then, and that's got to be a late hit. You got to protect defenseless players, and that's what Denver Daniels was. On for the extra point is Brooks Ralph. He hooks another one to the left. Brooks Ralph has not had a good night tonight, and the Longhorns have left 3 extra points on the table. They lead 32-20 with 4:17 to go, and it should be a 35-20 game, Cam.
Yeah, they should be up by more than the 2 scores, but right now, or more than 2 touchdowns, rather. But right now, if the Cowboys were to score 14 unanswered, they'd actually be winning the game due to those missed extra points.
Well, those are the kind of things, too, that if they don't haunt you tonight, eventually, as time goes on, those kind of mistakes will haunt. We see Denver Daniels down on the sideline being looked at by the trainers now walking along. The problem is not with his legs. It appears to be with his shoulder or his ribs, Cam.
Yeah, and because when his legs, he was hit in the knee, but he was upended, and all his weight basically came down on his shoulder because he wasn't expecting to be hit, seeing as he was nearly in the back of the end zone by the time the contact was made.
They're looking at his left arm and left shoulder, trying to get some movement, circular movement out of that. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Big play, though, 27-yard touchdown pass from Justin McMillan to the 2,000-yard man, number 25, Denver Daniels. Brooks Ralph set to kick off. He hits a pooch kick that's going to be fielded and drops at about the 15. Rice coming right to the 20, 25, 30, and he slips and goes down at the 32-yard line. Is that a flag down on the field or maybe just, no, I think it's just somebody's towel. Okay, no flag down on the field. That just is the towel that belongs to number 11, Nino Mitchell. And Mitchell goes and picks up his Tim Brown flag and takes it to the sideline. And the Longhorns going to go on defense now as Coppell takes over first down and 10 at their own 31. 4:12 to go in the third quarter, and the Longhorns have outscored the Coppell Cowboys here in the second half, and they lead 32-20. Inside handoff to Rice on first down. Kyle Goss makes a great play from the backside as they fake the jet sweep cam and hand it off inside. Goss, the blitzing linebacker, brings the running back Rice down after a gain of only a yard.
And Kyle Goss has really had an exceptional game today with the fake punt, and also he's really settled in and settled the defense down here in the second half.
Got another player down on the field, and it may be Rice again. I can't really tell.
Yeah,
it is.
It is number 2, Rice. He went out earlier with what appeared to be cramps, again massaging the same left leg. Really cramps being an issue for him tonight as he has come up gimpy now on a couple plays.
Well, I can appreciate anyone having muscle cramps this evening. The temperature's in the 80s, and it's very muggy, even though we do have a fairly strong breeze at about 12 to 15 miles an hour, maybe gusting up to 20 coming out of the south. But it's got to be warm, Cody, down there on the field for these players.
Yeah, it really does, and complete opposite of what it was just a week ago as we were out at Skyline and what was a cool, chilly evening. Damp, had some drizzle coming down at times.
That's Texas.
So really Texas weather right
That's
here
right.
at its finest.
That's right. We can it can be anything at any time, and tonight we've got it warm and humid as 3:55 to go in the third quarter, and the Cedar Hill Longhorns leading 32-20, and running back number 22 for Coppell, Brandon Rice, the junior running back, is being attended to by the trainers. They've got him up, and it's either a cramp or a hamstring. He's holding the back of his right leg, and we hope for Brandon Rice that it's only a cramp. He has had a sensational game tonight for the Coppell Cowboys. When we resume play, it'll be second down and 7. Second down and 8 from the 34. And the clock now running with 3:50 to go in the third quarter. Longhorns leading 32-20, having erased a 14-0 Coppell first quarter lead. Twin receivers to the right, I formation behind the quarterback Skylar Bono. Inside handoff to West, coming straight up the middle, gets a big hole across the 45 and down to the 46-yard line. 12-yard gain and enough for a first down for the Coppell Cowboys, as that big offensive line for Coppell really having their way in the interior right now, Cam.
Yeah, and Cedar Hill has done a better job here in the second half of not allowing Coppell to string together multiple positive plays, and Coppell has had trouble where the drive stalled due to penalties, so we'll see if Cedar Hill can turn up the heat a little bit here.
First and 10 from the 46. Bono in the I formation hands it off to West again. West going to get around the 49, maybe close to midfield, give him about 3 yards. That'll make it second down and 7 as we go inside 3 minutes. And the interior of the Cedar Hill defensive line that time, led by number 53, Jalen Penton, the 6'1", 225-pound defensive end, stops West for a 3-yard gain. Twin receivers to the right, 2 backs in the backfield, 1 on either side of Bono in the shotgun. Direct snap to Bono. He'll throw straight back. Throws a slant route. Ball's up over the head of the intended receiver and incomplete. He was trying to hit Obi Abialo, but the Longhorns having good coverage out there with number 8, Arthur Jeffrey, the free safety, coming up on the coverage.
Yeah, Jeffrey doing a really good job keeping the inside leverage and not allowing the receiver to gain position on that slant route.
3rd down and 7. Big play for the Longhorn defense here with 2:40 to go in the 3rd quarter, and the Longhorns clinging to a 32-20 lead. Coppell sends twin receivers to the left. I formation behind Bono. The I back is Charles West. Play action pass, straight back in the pocket goes Bono. He's looking, he's throwing the ball deep down the middle of the field. It's incomplete into double coverage. Bono was trying to get to number 11, Abialo, but once again, Longhorn coverage was there.
And a tremendous job of coverage by Darryl Miller, and very good job of using his eyes and not being fooled by Josh Atkins, staying deeper than the deepest receiver and sitting in the middle of the field, as he had a better chance to catch that pass than the receiver did.
Coppell's going to forego the punt. They're going to go for it on 4th down and 7. They send twin receivers to the left, 1 to the right. 1 running back to the left for Bono. Bono might quick kick here. The snap to Bono. He is going to quick kick it. The Longhorns have nobody back. Ball's going to bounce into the end zone and go out of the end zone, which will bring the ball out to the 20-yard line, and a great job by the Longhorn defense of getting Coppell off the field right there, Cody.
Yeah, and especially after a turnover that you have on offense and a game that McMillan really hasn't been at his peak performance. They fumbled a couple snaps. He's underthrown a couple receivers. That last turnover, a turnover that could have been a momentous swing in the game. Now it's a 2-possession game, and you have the ball on offense. They've really been running the ball well, and I expect to see that continue.
1st down and 10 for the Longhorns from the 20. They run the jet sweep to Jalen Jackson coming right. Jackson turns it up across the 25. They're going to get Cedric Ware for a hold on the edge, and it's a good call. Ware tackled the linebacker trying to block for his running buddy, the sophomore Jalen Jackson. That's going to be a penalty against Cedric Ware, and the Longhorns are going to be pushed back as a result. So it'll be 1st down and 20 after the officials mark the penalty off.
And again, Cedar Hill shooting themselves in the foot, but honestly, they've done a pretty good job today not gaining or having a whole bunch of penalties, especially on offense. Been a pretty clean game offensively.
Absolutely, it has. Very few penalties, very few. Longhorns only have 1 turnover in the game. They look at a 1st down now and 18 from their own 12-yard line after the penalty, which was from the spot of the foul. Direct snap to McMillan. They play action pass straight back in the pocket. McMillan pulls it down, going to run to the 15. There's going to be another hold, and McMillan shoved out of bounds around the 12-yard line, and the Longhorns going to get pushed back further and further. And Cam, right as we say it was a clean game, they hear us from the field and decide to do something about us and make us look foolish.
And Cedar Hill really has a golden opportunity here with the type of offense that Coppell runs. If they can score a touchdown and make the extra point, to really put the game out of reach.
Yes, Coppell loves their I formation. They love to run the ball here. Now, one of the things that Coppell has a decision to make right now is, do they take this penalty or do they make it 2nd down and 18? And it looks like they are going to take the penalty, which will be marked off from the 12-yard line. And that'll put it back to the 6-yard line and make it 1st down and 24. And if the Longhorns can get out of this hole, Cam, that'll be huge.
And I'd be surprised if we don't see a shot.
Lodge comes in, talks to quarterback Justin McMillan, goes wide to the left. Where is the running back in the I formation out of the shotgun that McMillan stands in? Trip receivers to the right. Direct snap to McMillan. He throws the bubble screen outside. Coppell's got it defensed, and it is dropped for a 1-yard loss on the bubble screen to the right side to Denver Daniels. And a great job by the defense for Coppell, recognizing that play, Cam.
Yeah, Coppell playing very disciplined defense. Slot corner did a good job playing his responsibility. A lot of times you see that corner be undisciplined and shoot toward the quarterback.
No mistakes important now for the Longhorns. They're 2nd and 26 from their own 4. They have gone in reverse since Coppell has punted. McMillan in the shotgun, Ware the setback. Direct snap to McMillan, inside handoff to Cedar, and he goes straight up the middle, runs through 1, 2, 3 tacklers, and gets all the way out to the 15-yard line on 2nd and 26. And if nothing else, they're working some room for Josh Stewart to punt, Cody.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a play call that a lot of people knew were coming, that little dive to Cedric Ware. Like you said, at the very least, it gives them some breathing room for a punt if they have to bring Stewart on, assuming they don't get this 3rd and 15.
Harris, Jalen Jackson, and Harper go wide to the right. To the left side is DeMarcus Lodge. Ware in the backfield on 3rd and 16 from the 15. Straight back in the pocket goes McMillan. He throws it across the middle, and he throws a strike up to the 36-yard line. The ball's complete to number 25, Denver Daniels. What a throw by the whip, Justin McMillan.
Yeah, and a tremendous pass that time by McMillan. And as I said, Bill, it looked to me, after, even though there weren't great throws at the end of the first half, it gave McMillan a little bit of rhythm and confidence, and he's really been on point here in the second half.
A 21-yard gain moves the Longhorns on a 3rd and 16 out to the 36-yard line. Direct snap to McMillan. He hands it off to Ware, coming right. Big Cedric goes across the 40 and down to the 43. And correction, that wasn't Cedric Ware. That was 25, Denver Daniels on the carry, and he picks up 8 yards. 2nd and 2, and now the Longhorns want to get into a little faster pace. They get right back to the line of scrimmage. Harris goes wide to the right, Lodge wide to the left. Daniels stays in as the running back behind Daniels. And before we can snap the ball, the Longhorns let the clock run out for the 3rd period, and the Cedar Hill Longhorns have stormed to a 32-20 lead. We'll be back on Cedar Hill Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio Network.
He shoots, he scores. 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting. It's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Back at Coppell Cowboy Stadium in Coppell, Texas, the Cedar Hill Longhorns begin the 4th period with a 2nd down and 3 from their own 43, leading 32-20. McMillan in the shotgun, Ware the setback, play action pass. McMillan straight back in the pocket, throws the out route, got a man at the 50, up near the 46-yard line. The ball is complete to number 18, DeMarcus Lodge. As we told you earlier, DeMarcus has decommitted from Texas A&M now, and will go about the next few months, I guess, deciding on where he will continue his football career in college. He makes a catch there, looking like the sharp DeMarcus Lodge that we know. 1st down and 10 from the 47. McMillan in the shotgun. Ware to his right, motion across the formation. They hand it off inside to Cedar, who goes across the 40 and down to the 38-yard line. That's going to be a 9-yard gain, and the Longhorns, Cam, really imposing their will now offensively.
Yeah, and the Horns offensive line starting to set the tone, and as you said, Bill, kind of impose the bill and, for lack of a better word, kind of show the Coppell Cowboy defensive lineman who's boss.
2nd down and 1. McMillan has Lodge to the left, Twins to the right. I wonder if we'll take a shot here. We're going to. Quick slant route's almost intercepted. They try to go over the middle on a quick, skinny post to 25 Denver Daniels, but credit number 17, Drew McAdams, a safety, with coming up and getting his hands on the ball and making a 3rd down and a yard. Josh Stewart checks into the game for the Longhorns at wide receiver. Lodge goes wide to the left. McMillan in the shotgun with Ware to the right, and I think Cedric's getting the ball here on 3rd and a yard. Motion across the formation. Hand it to Cedric. Coming right. 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Cedric Ware. 38 yards for Aka Cedric Ware, and the Longhorns extend their lead to 38-20.
And again, Ware with just exceptional acceleration. Exactly what we came to know him for last season when he was sharing the backfield with Larry Hill. Just the way he can pull away from defenders when they're even is just simply amazing.
I tell you, that is power and speed combined. That is a tank body with a Ferrari accelerator, and the Longhorns up 38-20, going to go for 2 here. They have twin receivers to the left and 1 to the right. 2 backs in the backfield, Moore and Ware. Direct snap to McMillan on the 2-point conversion play. He rolls to his left, looking, got a man out there, ball's complete. And the 2-point conversion is good to number 32, Elijah Moore, out of his H-back spot in the line. The Longhorns have increased their lead now to 40-20. And Cody and Cam, let's keep it here and talk for just a second. With 3 minutes to go in the first quarter of this football game, the Coppell Cowboys, a good 6A football team, favored to be in the playoffs this year, led 14-0 here. And since that time, the Longhorns have outscored the Coppell Cowboys 40-6.
Yeah, really, the second half has been the determining factor in pretty much all of Cedar Hill's football games so far. The first 2 games, Cedar Hill dominated the second half, giving up a total of 14 points. Last week, they were fell victim to the great play of Skyline, but this week they are just dominating so far against the Coppell Cowboys as they've scored a plethora of points here.
Well, you know what, Cody, it's one of those situations where I certainly was a little concerned and a little discouraged in the first quarter of play, but since the first 6-7 minutes of this football game, Cedar Hill has been as dominating as they have been all year. And again, this is a good Coppell Cowboy football team that the the Longhorns have outscored 40-6.
Yeah, and it was almost like a wake-up call again after the Skyline loss. They come in, they're down 14-0 early on here. It's really been impressive to see the Longhorns bounce back and kind of get their swagger back.
Brooks Ralph approaches the ball, kicking it from left to right, and he booms the ball through the back of the end zone over the heads of the Coppell return men, and the Longhorns will take up on defense now from their own 25-yard line as Coppell takes over, 1st down and 10, moving right to left with 10:59. Cam, you made the observation earlier in this half that Coppell's not built to come back. And this could be very problematic for the Cowboys.
Yeah, they've been taken completely out of their element as Coppell wants to line up in that I form, pound you, and then do a play action. But now they're in a situation where they basically have to drop back and throw the ball.
Bono pitches it to Rice. It's a reverse. The ball's lost on the ground. Longhorn's going to pick it up at the 8-yard line. Oh, they tried a little razzle-dazzle. It was number 9. Darryl Miller, who came up with the recovery. They tried to run a reverse. They pitched it to Rice on the sweep. He tried to hand it off to West, coming from right to left. but the ball ended up on the ground, and it was number 9, Daryl Miller, who was all over it for the Cedar Hill Longhorns. They're going to say his knee went down at the 11-yard line, but 10:51 to go, and the Longhorns leading 40-20, and the Longhorns in business, first down and 10 from the Coppell 11. And for the first time tonight at wide receiver, Cam, we see DeAndre Bradley come in.
Yeah, he's made his return. Let's see if he'll have an opportunity to catch possibly a fade pattern, or if we'll get some more of that power run game.
Where is the setback behind McMillan? McMillan straight back, looking, throwing the deep out. There he is! Touchdown, DeAndre Bradley! Just like that, and what a throw from Justin McMillan on the deep out. And that's 2 times tonight you've called it right on the head. Once on defense and once on offense, Bolin. You're scaring me.
Hey, Coach McGuire's going to have to put me on the payroll.
46-20, Longhorns lead, and all those fans on the far side of the field for Coppell finding their way to the exits. The extra point attempt by Brooks Ralph is banged through with 10:46 to go in the football game. Cedar Hill 47, Coppell 20. Cedar Hill Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio Network. We'll be back in a moment.
Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Back in Coppell, Texas, the Cedar Hill Longhorns, after being down 14-0 in the first quarter, have outscored the Coppell Cowboys 47-6. They lead 47-20 with 10:46 to go. Brooks Ralph bangs yet another kick over the heads of the return men for Coppell out of the back of the end zone. It was good to see Brooks Ralph come back out on that last extra point, Cam. Got right back in there with a lot of confidence and banged it through, and then came out and his last 2 kickoffs have been out of the end zone.
Yeah, just a really good and resilient kid. We've seen Brooks miss some kicks, but we all know when the chips are on the table, we can really depend on Brooks to make that field goal and walk off with the
Brooks
win.
Ralph is the best pressure kicker in the state of Texas. I am convinced of that. On first down and 10, inside handoff, up the middle goes West to the 35, 40, 45, 50, and he turns on the Jets. He may go 30, 20, 10, 5. That's going to be a touchdown for number 1, Charles West. He goes 75 yards off tackle, and I think the Longhorns might have let their guard down a little bit, and Charles West said, I'm still playing, and he turned on the Jets.
And that's admirable to see a kid down by that many points still giving maximum effort. And the way he accelerated after that stiff arm against the free safety was just great.
On to kick the extra point is Bernardo Rodriguez Palacios, number 37. Makes it a 47-26 game. Palacios' extra point is true. 10:35 to go. Horns 47, Cowboys 27. Cedar Hill Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio Network. Will be back in a moment.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio. Your home for championship social media.
Back at Coppell Cowboys Stadium, a 75-yard touchdown run for number 1 Charles West for the Coppell Cowboys has brought the Cowboys back to within 20 points of Cedar Hill with 10:35 to go in the football game. Cedar Hill leading 47-27 and now set to kick off, and the Longhorns must watch for the onside kick here. And that's what it is. It's an onside kick. Hits a player for Coppell before it goes 10 yards, but the Longhorns have recovered the ball anyway at their own 45-yard line.
Flag, but the kicker obviously, or someone tapped the football.
Yeah, there is no flag now, but Cedar Hill did recover. And the Longhorns, you're right, Cam, the Longhorns will take over 1st and 10 on the 45, and now the officials have said it is an illegal touching penalty against Coppell. Longhorns going to decline that penalty.
No, they can take that penalty, and I think they add 5 yards to it.
You're absolutely right, Cody. You're absolutely right. That's a 5-yard penalty. Actually, it goes back to the spot where the ball was touched by the kicking team, and that's at the Coppell 48-yard line. So at 10:34 to go, Longhorns 1st and 10 from their own 48-yard line. McMillan in the shotgun, Ware the running back. Ball's on the left hash mark. Direct snap to Justin. Inside handoff, Cedric coming left. Cedric gets up to the 45, breaks a tackle down to the 44-yard line. Hard running by 28, Cedric Ware for 4 yards. Longhorn offensive line, number 72, Randy Christian. Number 68, Justice Powers. Number 52, Jared Williams. Number 69, Donovan Runnels. Number 62, Desmond Duncan have done a fantastic job tonight. On 2nd down, they hand it off to Jalen Jackson, coming right to the 40. Down to the 35-yard line goes Jalen Jackson, the sophomore, on a 9-yard run. And the Longhorns milking the clock and picking up first downs.
Yeah, and really a good job by Jalen Jackson on a nice cutback as the defender over-pursued and showed good agility, and that's what allowed him to get those last 3 or 4 yards and get the first down.
Cedric Ware's getting a breather. Jalen Jackson's the eye back behind McMillan. Direct snap to McMillan. Handed off to Jackson coming left. He turns the corner, gets to the 30, across the 30, and down to the 27-yard line before he's run out of bounds. Another 9-yard gain for the Longhorn sophomore, Jalen Jackson. Jalen comes out of the game. No, he's going to stay in. Denver Daniels is going to come into the game, and so is Cedric Ware as Elijah Moore checks out. There's a flag down on the play that I didn't see, guys. We know what the call is?
I never
Somebody want to help me here?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
I didn't see the flag either. Never saw a
maybe
call
the
either.
second straight penalty without a flag being called.
That's right. That's exactly right.
We got holding against Cedar Hill.
Oh, boy, that's a long penalty, too. It's going to go all the way back to the 47-yard line. I guess they're going to mark that back from the original line of scrimmage. So that's going to go from a 1st and 10 to a 1st down and 20. Where the setback behind McMillan, trips to the right, one to the left. Inside handoff, Cedric straight up the gut to the 40, to the 35, and to the 34-yard line. A 12-yard gain for the USC-bound Cedric Ware.
Yeah, Ware really, again, just a tremendous job. Kid always stays north and south. A lot of times you see backs going east and west, but that's not a problem that I've ever seen Cedric have.
Ware's coming out of the game now. Elijah Moore stays in as the sole running back. Longhorns go twins to the right, one to the left is Lodge. McMillan in the shotgun on 2nd and 9. Takes the direct snap. They hand it off. No, he fake it to Moore. Around the corner goes McMillan to the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown!
Oh, and what a block
by DeAndre Bradley.
DeAndre Bradley took his man down and out, and at the same time, a 37-yard touchdown run for quarterback Justin McMillan as the Longhorns bust a half 100 on him and go up 53-27, and back on for the extra point will be Brooks Rao. The extra point by Ralph is up and good. Brooks is back. Longhorns lead 54-27 with 8:25 to go. Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio Network will be back in a moment.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Back at Coppell Cowboy Stadium, the Cedar Hill Longhorns 54, the Coppell Cowboys 27, a 37-yard touchdown run by number 13, the quarterback Justin McMillan, off a beautiful fake. McMillan took it around the left side and sprinted to the end zone to put this one out of reach for the Longhorns. Brooks Ralph set to kick off. He booms the kick deep, and the ball goes out of the end zone. That is his third consecutive touchback on kickoffs for Brooks Ralph. And I know Brooks isn't happy, Cam, about missing those extra points, but I tell you, he's still a weapon for the Cedar Hill Longhorns.
Yeah, and he's a true weapon, one that a lot of teams really can't counteract, because as opposed to having to trade field position from possible points when you're afraid of a kickoff team, you can just have a guy like Brooks just kick it out the back of the end zone.
I'll tell you, I'm looking down at the offensive line that's sitting there resting, and boy, what an offensive line job the Longhorns have done. Number 72, Randy Christian. Number 68, Justice Powers. Number 69, Donovan Reynolds. Number 62, Desmond Duncan. Number 52, Jared Williams. Number 64, Christian Frazier, who's banged up tonight, and they're saving him for the district opener against Midlothian. And finally, the two H-backs, number 16, Kobe Idemwanye, and number 32, Elijah Moore. Guys, what excellent blocking those young men have done tonight for the Cedar Hill Longhorns.
And not against a smaller school at all, against a school that has big, strong defensive linemen.
Big numbers, and big players.
Yeah, and our offensive line has really came out and impressed me as they have asserted their will in the trenches.
The Longhorns, Brooks Ralph kicked the last kickoff out of the back of the end zone, but the Longhorns were offsides. So Brooks Ralph is going to kick the ball off this time from the 35-yard line. And back deep for Coppell, number 1, Charles West, awaiting the kick. So we'll see if Brooks can put a little extra mustard on this hot dog and for the fourth time in a row kick the ball out of the end zone. We shall see. Here comes the kick. He drives it toward the sideline, but he hooked it out of bounds. Maybe another 5-yard penalty. Much like my golf swing gets sometimes, Brooks Ralph's got a little bit of the hook going tonight, and over-kicking the ball
It's a mechanical issue a little bit.
It is, and I think they're going to make the Longhorns kick it again, which is a smart move by the Coppell Cowboys. After your teams run down the field not once but twice, they're going to move Cedar Hill back to the 30 and make Brooks Ralph kick it again, and this may be one of the times where we see Brooks pooch the ball.
Yeah, especially when you have a guy back there like Charles West who can take it to the house at any given point in time.
West is joined back there by a second return man.
I can't get that number.
We're going to make Cody Krim use those binoculars. Tell us who that is, C-Square.
36.
Number 36 back deep is Jacob Anderson, the senior safety, who's had a big ball game tonight. The whole kickoff team right now is asking Brooks Ralph to keep it in bounds and let's all stay on side because we're tired of running down here. Longhorns leading 54-27 with 8:25 to go. Ralph in the position now of pooch kicking, so Charles West moves up around the 25-yard line. I bet he kicks it away from him. No, he kicks it right to it. West going to field it at the 22, to the 30. Makes one man miss, 35-40, now trying to get outside, and he's got some room. Good play. He turns the corner at the 40, cuts it back inside to the 45, and going to be brought down there at the 45-yard line. But Nino Mitchell, number 11, did a good job of forcing West to go back to the middle of the field, holding his ground and not letting him get around the corner.
And West really did a good job of kind of slowing down and almost forcing the Cedar Hill Longhorn kickoff team to get out of their lane so they could pursue him.
8:11 to go in the football game. Cedar Hill 54, Coppell 27. Cedar Hill, since 7 minutes into the football game, has really dominated this evening. On first down, fake the jet sweep. They hand it off inside to 22. The running back who's had a big night tonight and has been a workhorse, Brandon Rice, the junior. He gets up over the 45 to the 47, and the clock will go inside 8 minutes. And, you know, Cam, we said it earlier. You brought it up best. Very difficult for a team like Coppell to mount comebacks. They don't score quickly.
And especially when Coach McGuire even touched on this point, you have a lot of key players, or at least a couple key players, playing both sides of the football.
Correct. On second down, they hand it off to the running back out of the I formation. He gets across the 50 down to the 48-yard line. And the running back on the play was 22, Brandon Rice again. And that's going to bring up third down and about 3 for Coppell from the Cedar Hill 48 as we go inside 7:15. And the Longhorns looking forward to a week off next week, their bye week, before they open up the District 8-6A schedule when they play the Panthers of Middle Lothian. Twins to the left, eye back in the backfield, takes the toss sweep coming left. That's Rice. He turns the corner to the 40 up to the 35 and taken down at the 33-yard line. And number 22, Cam Brandon Rice, has been a workhorse this evening.
Yeah, Rice has really shown a lot of toughness with the way that he's come out and not only continued to lower his shoulder and fight, but also tough through the cramps.
Running very hard, and you know he's tired, and you know he's a little banged up, but that hasn't slowed him down. He gets a first down and 10 at the Cedar Hill 33 in the shotgun. Is Bono. He's going straight back in the pocket, rolls near side looking, now pulling it down. He's going to be sacked back at the 39-yard line. And it's number 53, Jalen Penton on the sack. And Penton picks it up, and he's joined back there by number 15, Travis Gibson. And, of course, Travis is the big 6'5", 210-pound outside linebacker. And it's times like this that you see the depth of the Cedar Hill Longhorns. Second and 16 from the 39. Toss play back to Rice. He's got room to the 35, to the 30, to the 25, and all the way down to the 23-yard line. A gain of 16 yards and very close to a first down. We'll have to see where the mark is. Officials have not yet marked it, but it looks like now that they may want to take a measurement of this. They're looking all the way across the field. Nope, now they say no need to measure. Going to be a third down and a yard. So it's going to be third and a yard from the 20. Well, make it third and 2 from the 25 now. Rice stays in at running back. Bono, the quarterback, in the shotgun. Direct snap on third and 2. He hands it off. No, he fakes it. Straight back in the pocket, throwing the ball deep down the sideline. The Longhorns got it covered and almost intercepted. Knock it down. Good coverage down there by number 21, Jaqueline Williams, the senior backup cornerback. He was joined back there by another Longhorn player.
Number 23, Caleb Ray, there also on the coverage.
So both Ray and Jaqueline Williams were in excellent position, knocked the ball away, and it's fourth down and 1 as we've got 5:26 to go in the game. Cedar Hill Longhorns fell behind tonight early in the game, 14-0. They looked sluggish. They looked a little disinterested the first few minutes of the first quarter, to be perfectly honest. And somebody said something, whether that be the leadership of the players or the coaching staff or maybe a little bit of both, and Cedar Hill turned it on.
Yeah, and really, I think it all started with that kickoff return by Darius Harper. Everything was kind of going Coppell's way, and when you come out flat, and then you also have bad luck, and a team that's playing really hard at home with the support of their fans, it's really a bad mixture, and you just need something positive to gain confidence off of and kind of get things going in the right direction. And once Darius Harper ran that 73-yard kickoff return back, it almost kind of started a snowball effect.
An avalanche is what Coppell would call it, as on 4th and 1 from the 25, they hand it off inside to Brandon Rice. He picks up 5 and the first down, and that'll make it 1st and 10 from the Cedar Hill 20-yard line as we go inside 5:06 left in the game, and the Longhorns leading 54-27. Bono has Rice in the I formation. Play action pass. Bono goes straight back in the pocket, rolls to his right, being chased, looking. Ball's almost intercepted in the end zone by the Longhorns. Second time tonight the Longhorns have dropped a pick, and that time it was number 19, Eric Sutton. He had both hands on that one, Cam. He's got to catch it.
Yeah, he really would have had a nice opportunity to get a return, too, because all of the skill position players were on the far side of the field behind him, and he would have had a dead sprint toward the end zone and the corner.
Are you telling me that the kind of players they had on the field were like the Alabama field goal team against Auburn a year ago?
Now, these guys may be a little bit more athletic.
2nd and 10 from the 20, 4:49 to go in the game. Bono in the shotgun, direct snap. They hand it off, but in the backfield, Charles West is going to be taken down for a loss of 3 yards. And the Longhorns, number 49 on that stop, Josh Tate, the 6'1", 220-pound senior defensive end, made a great play coming upfield and dropping the elusive West for a 3-yard loss. And again, more of that depth that you see of the Cedar Hill Longhorns. And to your point, Cam, Coppell looking a little gassed with players that play on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, and Cedar Hill has basically brought in an entire team of guys, again, just to come in for the second squad.
On 3rd and 13, they throw it deep downfield, and the quarterback Bono is leveled as he lets it go, and the pass falls incomplete.
And, Bill, it looked like number 15, Travis Gibson, was about 1 foot away from sacking the quarterback Bono before number 30 for Coppell horse-collared him practically to the ground. Richard Moore came up, made a hit on him as he was releasing the ball, but I think the whole Longhorn coaching staff was wondering why there wasn't a holding penalty called there.
Well, I tell you, 15, Travis Gibson, 6'5", 210-pound outside linebacker. Woo! He was putting the pressure on Bono. The pass falls incomplete, and that makes it 4th and 13 from the 23. Bono in the shotgun, straight back to pass. Looking, sets up, throwing the ball down the middle. Got a man, ball's caught, touchdown! Number 11, Obialo, the junior wide receiver, catches a 23-yard touchdown strike. Longhorns got a lot of backup players in there right now gaining some valuable experience, and they'll learn from that. But tip your cap to Skylar Bono and also to the wide receiver, Obialo. Fine throw and catch to make this a 54-33 game. The extra point attempt is up, and it's good by Bernardo Rodriguez Palacios. That would be Palacios, I should say, not Palacios. I butchered that one. Bernardo Rodriguez Palacios bangs it through to make it 54-34 with 3:51 to go. And now we start looking ahead in 2 weeks, guys, to Midlothian and, the Cedar Hill Longhorns and their players and coaching staff wouldn't like me saying this, but it's something I believe. If Cedar Hill comes out focused and ready to play in 2 weeks, it's going to be a tough tough night for the Midlothian Panthers. The Cedar Hill Longhorns are really on a roll right now offensively.
Yeah, they really are. And, I mean, they're going up against one of the top teams in all of 6A and the Coppell Cowboys. A week ago, some polls had the Cedar Hill Longhorns ranked number 1 in the nation. Obviously, that fell with the loss to Skyline. But the talent level of Cedar Hill has not fallen. And with that, you have multiple Division I commits. You have multiple Division I offers on this side of the ball. And on paper, they just appear to be a far and away more dominant team.
And I hear what you both are saying, but as long as I've been calling the games with you guys, Midlothian has given Cedar Hill hard-fought battles, whether it be at Longhorn Stadium, but especially out at Midlothian.
That's a great point. You make a great point, Cam. Midlothian is it is a very, very important game to their team and their coaching staff and their community. Of course, they're with the towns being contiguous, the rivalry is natural, just like it is between DeSoto and Cedar Hill and Duncanville and Cedar Hill. So you make a great point about that, and I'm sure Cedar Hill will need to weather the storm early against an excited Midlothian team.
And their quarterback, Jimmy Fowles, coming into today, was 43 of 82 with 676 yards passing, 9 touchdowns and 1 pick, and he also has 2 receivers with 10 or more receptions, and one had more than 2, averaging over 20 yards of reception, so they will test the secondary.
Well, now you're just making me nervous, Cam. On first down, Longhorns handed off to Goss, who gets up to around the 40 from the 39, give him a yard. I was feeling so confident, and then you told me all those statistics, and now I'm concerned. Longhorns' pass defense has been a little bit of an issue, but with Coach Limley and the defensive staff and Coach McGuire having 2 weeks to prepare, we're all pretty confident that they'll get that straightened out. McMillan stays in the game at the quarterback position. Number 24, Trevon Williams, is in at running back. Correction, that's Darius Harper that's now the quarterback. They give it off to the running back, number 24, and he gets all the way down across midfield to the 45, across the 40, and down to the 38 goes number 24 for the Longhorns, Trevon Williams, a senior backup running back, and Trevon Williams show a little bit of punch there.
Yeah, Williams, I guess maybe trying to show the coaches that he needs a little bit of playing time earlier in the game.
They bring him out, put Kyle Goss in. Darius Harper now in at quarterback. Direct snap to Harper. They hand it off inside to Goss. Goss is stacked up across the 40. He almost gets away. He's pulled down at the 39, and the little jitterbug almost was able to get out. And if he would have been going for a lot of yardage. But as it was, he only picks up 1, makes it 2nd and 9 from the 38. Longhorns leading 54-34 with 2.5 to go here in Coppell. Michael Glaze all the way out on the field and not at all happy about something. Not sure what that was. Goss, the running back, direct snap to Harper. They hand it off to Goss again, and the little jitterbug across the 35, the 30, and down to the 28-yard line goes Kyle Goss.
It almost reminds you of Darren Sproles with those quick, choppy steps and the way he can hit that hole.
I'm telling you, Kyle Goss, the toughest pound-for-pound player on this football team, comes out of the game. They check in with another backup running back. This time it's number 42, Ezekiel Jones. Jones in at the I-back behind Darius Harper. Direct snap to, Darius. It's faked inside. The quarterback keeps it around the left end to the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Darius Harper.
And I think this may be something that teams will have to kind of keep an eye on, because if Darius Harper can run the Wildcat in that fashion, and if he can also throw the ball as you would expect a backup quarterback to be able to do, that could really be a new dimension added to the offense.
Well, and one of the things, Cody, we haven't seen this year is the pass off the jet sweep. Longhorns haven't run it yet, and in years past it's been a very, very powerful weapon for them, and Darius Harper shows it right there. The extra point was not converted, I don't believe. as the Longhorns have failed on 4 extra points tonight. But they have picked up a 2-point conversion. The Longhorns now lead 60-34. And again, I can't stress enough to our listeners that this was a 14-0 first quarter lead for Coppell. It's been a 60-20 game since.
Yeah, and very impressed with Cedar Hill in the second half, and really since the second quarter, they've been a completely different team than what we have seen in the first quarter of football here tonight, and definitely the last 2 quarters of the Skyline games.
I tell you, he has had a whale of a football game tonight with that 37, I believe it was 37-yard, 38-yard touchdown run, has Darius Harper. The only thing that has been tougher on the Coppell defense tonight is Darius Harper's name for me. I think I've called him Darren Harris, Derek Harper. I've called him everything under the sun, but the one thing that I'll have to be sure and call him is the Champion Sports player of the game tonight. A 70-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, a 54-yard pass reception at the end of the first half, which was a key play in this football game, and then throw in 3 receptions. Also, a 37-yard run from the quarterback position. Darius Harper, the 5'10", 170-pound senior, has had a whale of a football game. Set to kick off now with 1:41 to go is Brooks Ralph. He'll be kicking from left to right. He approaches the ball and booms a high end-over-end kick that's going to carry out of the back of the end zone. On the other side of the ball, guys, we got to tip our cap to Coppell and their running backs. Charles West, number 1, he had a 75-yard touchdown run, and what a workhorse night for number 22, Brandon Rice.
Yeah, Rice has 102 yards on 18 carries with a touchdown, and he also has a 1 catch, and Charles West just dynamic, 181 yards on 20 carries with a touchdown, and he also has a reception as well.
181 yards for West, 75 of that coming on 1 big touchdown run. Now in at quarterback for Coppell is number 12, Miles Pascal, the junior. And as he barks out the signals, his offensive line jumps the gun a little bit early, and that's going to be a 5-yard penalty. In the backfield now for the I formation for Coppell, number 31, Jacob Pierce, a senior fullback, and number 36, Jacob Anderson. So they got the Jacobs in at fullback and halfback behind the quarterback, Miles Pascal. Wide receivers to either side with 1:41 to go in the game, and the Longhorns leading 60-34. Pascal hands it off to the first back through. He gets across the 23 up to the 24-yard line, and that's number 31, Jacob Pierce. Longhorns 2 weeks from tonight will take on the Midlothian Panthers in the first game of the district.
Bill, I believe that's next week. I don't believe we have a bye.
No, we have a bye.
No,
we have a bye?
We absolutely have a bye because I have a trip. And the way I know that is they were going to play next week, Cody, but I got them to reschedule it.
Okay.
No, in all seriousness, no, we do have a bye next week before we open the season in 2 weeks. On second down, the pitch back to number 36, Jacob Anderson. He's going to pick up 2 as we go inside 55 seconds. And did Cody Krim doubt us, man? Was he doubting us?
After we both
was the young whippersnapper doubting us?
Well, I was looking at the Dallas News scoreboard that we have up here, and I could have swore it said that we had a game next week versus Midlothian.
Well, let me tell you, now you've learned something, young Mr. Krim. Don't doubt the old-timers.
Go ahead and feel free to show up a week early, and maybe you can see the dancers do the high kick.
On third down and 9, inside handoff to the running back, number 36, Jacob Anderson, on what will be the final play of tonight's football game as both teams line up at midfield and get ready to make the walk over. A great start for the Coppell Cowboys tonight. They get out to a 14-0 lead, but all of the good things happened early for Coppell, and for the rest of the night, the Cedar Hill Longhorns dominated the football game. They have now said that the last extra point by Cedar Hill's Brooks Ralph was in fact good, and the Longhorns win this game tonight 61-34. When we come back, we'll have the wrap-up with tonight's highlights and game statistics. You're listening to the Cedar Hill Longhorns on the Champion Sports Radio Network. Longhorn football will be back in a moment.
And is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShockboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be three things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute online at gdyo.org/jazz.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are: he shoots, he scores, 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office? No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
Back in Coppell, Texas, we're wrapping up the Cedar Hill Longhorns Coppell Cowboys game with the Cedar Hill Longhorn postgame show. The Longhorns rolled to a 61-34 victory tonight, and it didn't start out as good as it would end up, Cam. The Longhorns saw in the first quarter Brandon Rice, the running back for Coppell, score on a 4-yard run. Longhorns went 3 and out, and 5 minutes later, Abialo's 15-yard pass reception from Skylar Bonner and Bernardo Rodriguez Palacios' extra point made it a 14-0 game. And right about then, I know I was a little on edge with only 4 minutes left in the first quarter.
Yeah, and it was a really trying time, but this is what championship teams are kind of made of, and this is the kind of game that you would expect, or the kind of response that you would expect them to show after coming out kind of flat on the road during the travel. And Coppell really had kind of everything going for them. They were really hungry after a tough loss the week before, and we really saw who wanted it more at the end as the Cedar Hill offensive line and the defensive line really kind of hunkered down and played their roles, played their parts, and executed so the skill position players could get the job done.
The Longhorns bounced back down 14-0, and our Champion Sports Radio player of the game, Darius Harper, got the Longhorns off the schneid with a huge 76-yard kickoff return for a touchdown that made it 14-7. And from that point on, the Cedar Hill Longhorns really rolled. Cedric Ware scored on an 8-yard run. DeMarcus Lodge on a 44-yard touchdown pass from Justin McMillan, where DeMarcus Lodge, Cody Krim, really showed his athletic ability and why he's a big-time D1 recruit.
Yeah, absolutely. Going up and what looked like to us, catching the ball on the back of the defender. Ball was a little underthrown by McMillan, but great job by Lodge coming back to get the football and just picked it off the defender, and there was pretty good coverage on the play, again showing us why he is one of the best receivers in the nation. Also really good to see after a subpar performance last week from DeMarcus, really good to see him bounce back this week.
Coppell at the end of the first half looked like they were going to close out the scoring when Bernardo Rodriguez Palacios hit a 20-yard field goal. The Longhorns came back with what probably was the back-breaking play of the game, Cam, when Justin McMillan hit that guy again, our player of the game, number 3, Darius Harper, for 54 yards all the way down to the 8-yard line, setting up an Cedric Ware 6-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, now Darius Harper left his imprint all over the game at the beginning and the end. And the tremendous job on the play that you just referenced, Bill, fending off the cornerback and hauling in a deep ball with the defensive back kind of draped over him. Looked like one of those old Michael Irvin catches with the way he kind of had his arms extended on that deep ball, and really just tremendous concentration. And the kind of game that you love to see from players, because now Cedar Hill has an obvious additional weapon that we may see more of moving forward throughout the season.
In the second half, it was the Longhorn defense that stole the show in the third quarter as they shut out the Coppell Cowboys, and for the first time in the game really exerted their will on the defensive side of the ball. The Longhorns pass rush led by number 53, Jalen Payton, and number 54, Quentin Jones, did an outstanding job, as did linebackers Kyle Goss and DeMarcy Perry. And by not allowing any touchdowns or points in the third quarter by Coppell, the Longhorns were able to extend their lead when Denver Daniels caught a 27-yard touchdown pass from Justin McMillan. And then in the fourth quarter, well, it was all Cedar Hill until it didn't matter. Cedric Ware's 38-yard touchdown run, DeAndre Bradley's 11-yard touchdown catch off a great deep out throw by Justin McMillan. Justin McMillan had a 35-yard touchdown run with 8:25 left in the game. And then with 1:41 left in the game and the Longhorns in control, 54-37, Just an outstanding run by backup quarterback Darius Harper as he went 29 yards, and Brooks Rouse converted to wrap up the scoring. Total yards tonight, Cedar Hill had 546, Coppell 370. Longhorns rushed the ball 39 times for 368 yards, a 9.4 yard average. Justin McMillan was 9 out of 16 for 178 yards, completing 56% of his passes. Josh Stewart called on to punt one time, hit a 34-yard punt. Longhorn rushing, of course, as usual, Cam, they were paced by the big horse, Aka Cedric Ware, 20 carries, 162 yards, and an 8-yard average. But there were some other chip-ins, too. Justin McMillan, 5 for 54. Denver Daniels, 4 for 38, while the game was still on the line. Shows the depth of the Cedar Hill running game.
Yeah, and McMillan really did a better job this week of keeping the football on those quarterback read plays and had some huge runs as the defense really was focused on the ball carriers. And, I mean, you can't blame them when you have a guy going for 8 yards a carry and has 3 touchdowns and another guy going for 9.5 a carry and can score a touchdown from any point on the field. And, you know, McMillan is really a forgotten man, so just really impressed with the reads that he was making, and really thought that he even left a couple on the field. Not sure if they were 100% give plays that were drawn up to look like quarterback reads, but still a really good job by McMillan.
Darius Harper again chips in all-purpose yards, 175 yards, something we usually see out of Denver Daniels. Denver had a fine game tonight, but Darius Harper really showed out, including the 2 big receptions for 57 yards. DeMarcus Lodge led the team in receiving, 3 catches for 64 yards and a touchdown. Denver Daniels with 3 for 46 and a touchdown. And DeAndre Bradley II only had 1 catch, but it was a big one, an 11-yarder for a touchdown. Defense gave up some big plays tonight, Cody. The special teams probably as poor tonight as they've been all year, absent the Darius Harper 76-yard kick return. Other than that, coaching staff has to be pleased going into their off week. And by the way, Cody, they do have an off week next week.
Yeah, they really do. You got to be pleased with what they saw in the second half, although this defense really has been a tale of 2 halves so far this season. Early on, the second half, they were really able to crank down on South Oak Cliff and really shut them out and put them in a situation where the offense just ran away in that game. But they really have to put together a 4-quarter game. That was something big that we talked to McGuire last year about, was that even through 5-6 games, he said that, you know, my team really hasn't put together a 4-quarter game of football. And I think if the Longhorns are able to do that and able to do that consistently, they're going to be a very, very difficult team to beat.
Cam, as the year goes on, we've watched Joey McGuire's teams for many years, and each year as the year goes on, the Cedar Hill Longhorns seem to improve and get better and better. And tonight, they started that in the second quarter against the Coppell Cowboys.
Yeah, Coppell really came out fired up and playing with a lot of emotion to start the game, but they just weren't able to sustain it for the entirety of the contest. With Cedar Hill starting to play at the peak of their performance level, there wasn't much that Coppell could do with the receivers and really with the scheme because it's almost a pick your poison thing defensively. When it comes to your safeties, do you leave them back and allow the short receptions and the yards after the catch from the receivers along with all the yardage from the running backs, or do you bring them up and then you have the mismatches in the slot, and then on the outside with the dynamic playmakers in Bradley and Lodge. So teams really are going to kind of have to figure out what their game plan is going to be going in against Cedar Hill, and I think we're probably going to see more of guys just trying to sit back and forcing Cedar Hill to try to have long touchdown drives as opposed to challenging them, which is kind of what we started to see in the second half when they pulled away here.
Well, they're shutting down the lights. Everyone's leaving Coppell Cowboy Stadium, and that means that we're done for the evening as well. We appreciate all of our listeners joining Champion Sports Radio and listening to the Cedar Hill Longhorn football broadcasts. The Longhorns run their record tonight to 3 wins against 1 defeat. They open district play in 2 weeks from tonight. Join us at 7 p.m. from Midlothian, Texas, when the Joey McGuire Show precedes the 8-6A district opener between the Panthers of Midlothian and your Cedar Hill Longhorns. Tonight's final score, the Cedar Hill Longhorns 61, Coppell 34. You've been listening to Cedar Hill Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio Network. Thank you and good evening.